I'd also like to let you know about Possum Hollow right across the road. They are running a golf cart so you can shuttle over there, shuttle back for you ladies that are here. You can go over and do some Christmas shopping. They've got Thanksgiving items. They've got Christmas items. They do have some produce, but not a good place to be around this is produce right now. So they have a little bit, but it's mostly gift shop for Thanksgiving, Christmas, the folks and Christmas presents right across the street. They are running a golf cart back and forth so you can shuttle over there and back. And once we go get the half tickets, I'll tell you this right now. For $1 you get one ticket. For $5 you get 7. For $10 you get 15. For $20 you get 30. And hey, if you're not in those drawings, you cannot win. So make sure you get your ticket. If you got any questions, come by and see me, and I'll be glad to answer them for you.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunction smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey!
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunction smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey!
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunction smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey.
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
We have an emergency. Code 16. Over.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunctioning smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey.
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
We have an emergency. Code 16. Over.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunctioning smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey.
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
We have an emergency. Code 16. Over.
Earplugs, Jane.
Code 16. Malfunctioning smoke detector.
How bad could it be?
This is malarkey.
It's important to check your smoke detectors regularly.
A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
We have an emergency. Code 16. Over.
Dale Tyler, if you would. Look for him. He's looking at you. Yes. All right, first of all, before we get the church service started, can I have your attention?
Could I have your attention a second, please, everybody? Before we get the church service underway, and this is Mr. Dale Tyler, he's so kind that he's probably tired of messing with me, to be honest, because he's heard the call too many times. Well, we're going to have to cancel it again, but he's been very patient. He is the co-chaplain down at Anderson Motor Speedway, but I actually met Dale when I went down to Greenville and did a podcast at a Checkered Pass podcast that these guys do, and he's the chaplain for that also. But before I turn this over to him for the church service, and if you folks brought you a chair or anything, you can come up here and close in as close as you can get, and I think that you're going to appreciate the message he's going to send to you today. I want to get a word with this guy because I met Joey through kind of this right here, because he came up here to my house. Now, you tell me if I get this screwed up or not, but he came up here to my house and pretty much decided that he wanted to do the same thing at his house, but he specializes. I figured it up the other day, and I got them all written down. Over 70 different things I collect, and you'll see if you go through the building in the house that it's a lot of different stuff, but he specializes in dirt late model stuff. And he, in a short amount of time, honestly, this is the hardest working white man that I know. And I know a lot of guys that work hard. I don't know anybody works harder than this cat. He is a workaholic, but he's done a lot in a short amount of time. And how old are you?
35.
35 years old, and if you go down to his place and see his complex, he just had his show down there the other day, and I went down to, and I'm still blown away what he's done. But I appreciate you for the love you have, because I'm worried about this. I am. I'll be honest with you. There's not enough people like Charlie Craig and myself and Bill Blair that are still out there trying to put this stuff together. There's not enough of guys like us. I mean, but I think Joey's going to take the ball and run with it. If you've never been to this place, he's got a great Facebook page. He's constantly working on it. He's in Rock Hill, South Carolina, just a couple minutes off Interstate 77. But anything you want to tell these folks?
The support I've gotten from everybody on this whole project's been great. Couldn't have done it without Phil. But try to do a show once a year with his help, so hopefully everybody comes out.
Well, we appreciate it. How about giving a big round of applause, if you will, because you folks are going to have to see it to believe what he's done. I mean, it's truly amazing. He bought Mike Duval's race car collection, if that tells you anything. Not just one car, the whole collection. He didn't get one. They did keep one car, but you've done a great job, and he's got to leave in a little bit, but I wanted to talk to him before we get started, because it's important to me to give people that try as hard as he does in life a little bit of a pat on the back. So good job.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to turn this. I'm going to
put this on the mic right now. That way, we got any wind to kind of shelter a little bit. I got some new ones, but I left them at home.
All right. Before I turn this over to Dale Tyler, I want to thank Rusty Wise, and he's got his whole crew here from the Wise News Network today. And Rusty, we appreciate you being here. Rusty lost his dad the other day, and his dad and I were good friends. We worked at Carolina Freight together for 8 years, and he's going to be part of the memorial service that we're going to do a little bit later for the folks that we've lost. And I appreciate Rusty being here and bringing his crew to do this. But you folks, I'm going to turn this over to Dale now, and I'm going to tell you the backstory on why we're doing this. The first time I ever did a Sunday car show, a lot of people said, well, I would love to come, but I can't. I got to go to church. And after everything was said and done, I was thinking to myself, I should have thought of this first. Church is the most important thing in life to a lot of people, including myself. But a lot of times if you're a Baptist, you're a backslider. I'm a Methodist. I don't know what you call us, but anyhow, we don't go when we should. But anyhow, I'm going to say this. After I made that mistake and didn't have a service, I came up the next year and I got Kelly Whitener over at TRT, and they're the ones that let us use this trailer today over in Lincoln, and Terry and Kelly and Kevin Whitener to do the church service. Well, I try to get a different person every year. And so this year, I was on Dale and them show, and I enjoyed his message that he had that night. And when I got in the car to come home that night, I thought, you know, that guy really touched me in a 5-minute thing that he did on that racing show. So I said, if he'll do it, I'm going to have him the next time. Well, this took me a year and a half to get him up here. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you would put your hands together for this gentleman. And this is Dale Tyra from, I don't know where you live, but Piedmont, South Carolina.
Thank you, Phil. And like he said, I am one of the co-chaplains of Anderson Speedway, but before that, I was the track chaplain at Greenville Pickens Speedway the last 10 years that it was in existence until it met its untimely death. And for the record, I don't think they'll ever race there again, so I hate that. But now I'm at Anderson Speedway, and like he said, church being important. Me and my two buddies here, we went to church this morning to the first service and jumped in the car and drove an hour and 15 minutes, and here we are. But I'm just glad to be here. I'm not a pastor. I don't have a church, but I am an ordained minister, and I'm a chaplain. And I love racing. I've been into racing research for all my life. My daddy loved racing. We rode up and down the road listening to MRN on the radio for years and years before they finally went on TV. So, and I just, about 15 years ago, I wanted to get involved somehow or another. And my wife asked me, said, don't you think they need Jesus in the pits? I said, well, they do. I said, that's one of the most fertile mission fields I've ever seen in my life. So I got hooked up with MRO, the ones that do the praying before the big NASCAR races, and got trained up, become a chaplain, and here I am. So, you know, every year at this reunion, Phil recognizes the racers or anybody associated with the racing community that have died or since the last reunion. And we're going to have a memorial service right immediately after this to honor them. And some of those were health-related. Some of them that died, some of them were age-related, some health-related, some were expected, and some were not. And we have no way of knowing if any of those who passed away had a clear conscience and no grievance or grudge against someone else and were at peace with everyone, or if any of them left this world with bitterness in their hearts for another person. If they did, their chance of reconciliation and forgiveness is lost forever. If you are the person on the other end of that situation, your chance of reconciliation and forgiveness is also lost forever. Phil asked me to do this on forgiveness because he knew a few racers or whatever that died, and there was still a big gap between them because they were still mad at each other when they died. Forgiveness, the word itself, can feel heavy, laden with the weight of hurt and betrayal. It's often easier to cling to resentment, to replay the offenses in your mind, nurturing the bitterness like a fragile, poisonous flower. But the truth is, unforgiveness doesn't wound the offender, it binds us. It chains our hearts and minds to the past, preventing us from moving forward into the light of peace. Think of a tightly clenched fist holding on to anger and resentment is like keeping that clenched fist shut. It becomes stiff and painful, and as long as you've got it shut, you cannot accept anything. The gentle act of opening that fist is just like forgiveness. It's not about condoning the wrong that was done, nor is it about forgetting the pain. Instead, it's about releasing that grip that the past has on our present. Matthew 6:14-15 tells us, "For if you forgive one another when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others of their sins, your Father will not forgive you." If you do not forgive someone, in essence, you're tying your own noose. Whenever you realize that your issue with someone else is eating away at you and making you a bitter person, and you're not getting any relief, to start the healing process, you must learn to identify and acknowledge the pain and hurt that you have experienced and release the negative emotions and grudges. If you are mad, have your pity party and just move on. We must choose to forgive daily. It is not a once and done thing. Just because you have forgiven someone doesn't mean you will forget the issue causing the pain. You cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. Forgiveness is a process. It may not be easy, but it gets easier with time. Forgiveness doesn't mean you have to subject yourselves to unhealthy relationships. You don't have to be their best friend. God commands us to forgive, but we are not commanded to reconcile. Unforgiveness is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. When you forgive someone, you're setting a prisoner free. That prisoner is you. If the reason for the disagreement is because of something you have done, to seek forgiveness, we must take ownership of our actions. We must own it. We must humbly apologize to those affected, and a lot of times they will apologize too. We must ask God for His forgiveness and mercy, and then we have to work toward restoring broken relationships. Many racers around the world have someone they're mad at because of something that happened at the track or on the track years ago. Some of them were good friends and some of them best friends at one time. And a lot of those can't even remember why they're mad. They just know they're mad. They avoid the other person because it stirs up bitterness when they look at them. Have any of y'all ever been walking down the grocery aisle or at the grocery store or through the pits and you see somebody coming that you got an issue with? You'll turn around and you go back the other way, or you'll stop and talk to somebody, look at a race car, act like you're looking at it, just till they get by, and then you'll come on back out. A famous crew chief back in the 70s was on the Dale Jr. Download last year. He told how he and the Hall of Fame car owner he worked for had a disagreement during a pit stop during the race. Their car had a pretty good lead, and with 25 laps remaining, there was a caution flag, and there was not enough fuel. Okay. There was not enough fuel in the tank to finish the race. The crew chief made the call for 2 tires and 1 can of gas. When the car hit pit road, the car owner came on the radio and said he wanted 4 tires instead of 2. The other cars near the lead only took 2 and came out in front. The prior leader was faster with 4 tires, but he lost so much ground due to the 4 tire pit stop, he had to settle for second, only losing by a nose. And if any of y'all watched the race last week, Denny Hamlin lost that one because he took 4 tires instead of 2. So, in my opinion, the crew chief was mad about losing the race this way, and they were still mad at each other when the owner passed away years later. It still bothered the crew chief that they had never reconciled. A friend of mine named Joe had a younger brother named Bruce. He was a notorious borrower. He'd borrow your car and he'd return it with a full tank of gas station coffee cups. He'd borrow a sweater and return it with a new mysterious hole. He borrowed $200 from me one time, and he paid me back 5 here, 10 there, whenever he would see me. It took so long, I never realized I got my $200 back. One time he asked Joe to borrow his brand new, top-of-the-line electric toothbrush. Joe was hesitant, but Bruce swore he'd be careful. And it came with extra brush heads, so Joe said, why not, just for a few days. A week later, he returned it. It was clean, but it had a strange chemical odor. Thanks so much, he said, handing it back to Joe. I hope you don't mind, but I used it to scrub my chrome wheels on my car. He then added, they've never been shinier. Joe stared at the toothbrush, now a gleaming high-tech wheel scrubber. He could feel the rage bubbling up. He wanted to yell and demand Bruce buy him a new one, but then he looked at Bruce's face so proud of his sparkling rims that he couldn't help but laugh. Who thinks to use an electric toothbrush on chrome wheels? It was so ridiculous, so Bruce, that Joe's anger just deflated. Forgiveness, he discovered, sometimes comes when you realize the person who wronged you is a special kind of a knucklehead. If anyone here has someone in their life, a family member or someone who used to be a friend, but circumstances have driven a wedge between you, and you haven't spoken in years because of a disagreement, please contact them and start the forgiveness process. Don't let your pride stop you. We never know when the good Lord will decide to take us home. All of you here today will get on the roads of western North Carolina and upstate South Carolina. They are as dangerous as any racetrack you could ever get on. You are gambling with your life every time you drive on them. We all have or know someone who has lost a loved one on a highway or a racetrack. They were all unexpected. and their chance to change any regrets they had in their life is gone. Their opportunity to make amends with anyone has passed. Just like when the flood started and God closed the door on the ark. Noah had preached to the people for 120 years while he was building the ark that they needed to get right with God before the flood came. When the water started rising, God closed the door on the ark. The people were knocking on the outside wanting in, but it was too late. The door was already closed and their chance was gone. A forgiving heart is an essential quality every child of God should have. Ephesians 4:32 says, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other just as Christ God forgave you." Jesus, in his boundless compassion, taught us the radical act of forgiveness. He forgave those who crucified him even as they were in the act of their cruelty of beating him and nailing him to the cross. Jesus said in Luke 23:34, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." His example shows us that forgiveness, though difficult, is possible and ultimately liberating. When you choose to forgive, you're making a decision to not let this issue keep on hurting you. Sometimes we know we must forgive someone, but our mind is not quite ready. Our mouth might say it, but our mind hasn't signed up for it yet. When this happens, we can pray this prayer. Out of obedience to God, I am forgiving this person for what they did to me, and whatever my feelings will not yet allow for, the blood of Jesus will surely cover it. Jesus died so we could receive his forgiveness. Today, let us consider where we might be holding on to unforgiveness, what burdens we are carrying that we can lay down. Pray for the strength and grace to release those hurts, not for the sake of the other person, but for our own freedom and healing. For in the act of forgiving, we open our hearts to receive the peace and love that God so freely offers. Forgiveness originates from God, flows through us, and goes to other people. If anyone here has a strained relationship with a friend or family member, please reach out to them and start the forgiveness process before it's too late. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge the times we struggle with forgiveness. We ask for your grace to release the bitterness and resentment that weighs us down. Help us to follow the example of your Son, Jesus Christ, and to extend forgiveness even when it feels impossible. Grant us the peace that comes from letting go and open our hearts to your healing love. And Lord, if there's anyone here today who does not know you as their Lord and Savior, please let them come to me after this service. I will be glad to show them how their eternity in heaven can be assured. In Jesus' holy name I pray. Amen. And thank y'all for taking time out and listening to me. Thank you. You need my help. What do you think? Yeah, I want you to hang around. All right.
All right, thank you so much, Dale. I appreciate that very much, and hope you folks got something you can take home with you when you leave here today. It'll help your life in the days ahead. You know, I want to say something before I get into this memorial deal I'm going to do. That I had somebody ask me a while back about this and said, you know, you got to really love what you do to go through the trouble to keep trying to have this thing. Well, I guess it's called a labor of love, you know, because here's the reason I do this. It's not about somebody getting somebody's autograph. It's not about having the biggest star in NASCAR or whoever here. This is about a bunch of people that have been friends for a long time in whatever form of racing. I got go-kart buddies, I got drag racing buddies, late model buddies, dirt, you name it. I've got a little of all of you here. But this is about leaving at the end of the day feeling better than when you got here. And I hope that this day is one of those days that will be like that. But with that being said, the last time that we were here, which is basically 2 years ago, I walked over to where the Smoky Mountain barbecue trailer is, and Freddie Smith was sitting there. And I asked him, I said, Freddie, are you going to sign autographs today? And he said, Phil, he said, I'd love to, but I just don't feel up to it. Well, lo and behold, he was in the shape then that he wasn't in good shape. I'm just going to leave it at that. But is Jeff Smith here? Is Jeff Smith? He was going to try to make it. I don't know if he's here or not. But there's a whole bunch of folks that are on this list. But Dale, if you will, since Jeff's not here, I'd ask Jeff to do it for one reason, because Jeff lost Freddie and he lost Naomi, his mother and dad. So you talk about a double whammy on somebody. But Dale, if you will, I want you to do fill in for him. There's the candle. I want you to get it and set it on this table right here on the Shuffletown table where all you folks can see it. And we'll let Dale do there's the lighter right beside of it, the blue lighter. And I'll let Dale do the chore of lighting the memorial candle to remember all these folks by. And also there's a door sitting there, Scott Bloomquist, that belongs to Johnny Beauchamp. And there's a Freddie Smith check there for $10,000 that he won at a dirt track race down in Georgia. And but I'm going to go over a list of names. But before I go over the list that's on these boards, I want to mention these 5 people that have passed away since then that unfortunately I couldn't get up with Kevin in time to get their names added to it. But go-kart buddy Levi Hughes, who unfortunately was shot and killed. Donnie Green, who was a first track champion up at Tri-County. And I hope you looked at the Tri-County display in the under the cover there. Donnie's a great friend and supporter of this place. Used to come and visit, and Donnie passed away. A good friend named Pound Fish. She's married to Woody Fish, who used to be the coach of the Garden Web Bulldogs football team. But unfortunately, Tyler Weaver, and I'm sure that anybody's got Facebook has seen all the stuff. Tyler was murdered, and they kicked the door in and shot him and killed him. And great friend of mine for a long time. But those guys didn't get on the board, unfortunately. So, but I want to get over here to the list of ones that are on there. This all started, like I said, when Freddie got sick and he went to the hospital, and just a couple of weeks later, Freddie was dead. So I'm just going to go through this list, and some of them I may mention something about. Some of them, I think you'll know quite a few of these. Ryan Young, the helmet painter. Mark Dedman, who owned Carolina Trophies. Becky White, I've got a display of hers in the museum. She owned Quick Times Racing News. Bill Jackson, I got a Jackson Brothers display in my museum. Roger Richards, who was a photographer. Dennis Wright, I worked with him at Carolina Freight, and I raced his go-kart. Boyd Malone used to drive for him more than I did. Great engine builder in go-kart racing. And Jerry White, who is Pat Rogers' brother-in-law, and he worked at a place that I delivered to on a FedEx route. Billy Scott. You know, how I wished that Billy Scott could be here today. And but Billy was a great friend, and there's a great display of Billy's in this building. And one of the coolest things that happened that day that Billy Scott was here, I got to tell this story. I was taking Harry Gant through the building, and it was just me and him and a couple others. And so we got to Billy Scott's display, and he looked at it and he said, "Billy Scott." He said, "Is he here?" I said, "Yeah, he sure is." He said, "I'd really like to meet him." Said, "As many times as we raced together, I never did meet Billy Scott." So I come out and I track Billy down. He's got about 4 or 5 people around him, and he's like Elvis. You know, he had all these guys wanting to talk to him. So I go up in the conversation. I said, "Fellas, hate to interrupt you, but Billy, there's a guy here who wants to see you." He said, "Well, who is it?" And I said, "Harry Gant." He said, "Harry Gant." And he said, "Fellas, I'll be back in a little while." And we walked in there, and it just so happened Ron Robinson's here today. He got a picture of that. And it was the most amazing moment. Those two guys talking to each other, both of them legends in their own way. But, you know, that was a cool moment that who would have ever known that 3 months and then Billy would be gone. You know, but Billy's a great guy and a great friend. Robin Caldwell, who was a great painter and a great race driver too, as far as that goes. Harris Speedway donated me their Victory Lane Winter Circle sign. It's on the back of that building. And Linda Devon's here, and Charlie Cabinets used to announce up there. He's here standing beside of her. We're going to do a picture later on and get everybody that's ever raced at Harris Speedway up there with Linda in front of that sign, but Robin's the one that painted that sign. Greg Moore, Bud Moore's son, he was here at the last thing, and Greg unfortunately passed away. A real good friend of my brother's and a good friend of mine too, Keith Norman, sign painter from here in Shelby. David Cornwell. David, that house you see through the woods right there, that's the house that my mother was born in, and it was built in 1855. David redid that house for me when I redid the thing years ago. Doug Wilson, a go-kart racer from over in Georgia, he passed away. You wouldn't recognize the name John Butt Wilkins, but you would recognize the name Ronnie and the Daytonas, little GTO. If you go in that front bedroom, well, actually now it's where my Harry Gant room is, there's a Ronnie and the Daytonas display in there, and he was Ronnie and the Daytonas. He passed away. I got to be friends with him when I built that car. Danny Crump Jr. Is Danny Crump Sr. here? Danny Crump Jr., he passed away. Scott Blomquist. You know, like I said, there's the door that Johnny Beauchamp was kind enough to loan me for this today. And who would have ever thought this time 2 years ago Scott Blomquist wouldn't be here. Roy Hendricks, Ray Hendricks' son, Ray's going in the Hall of Fame. If you go in the Hickory Speedway room back here, that's the white building. There's a trophy that Ray Hendricks won at Hickory in 74 and a Firestone racing jacket that Roy gave me. And great guy. He brought about 6 or 7 guys that come all the way from Richmond, Virginia, and drove down here for a day, went and ate barbecue, and they went back home, and just a great fella. Mike Birdsell, a go-kart racer. Raymond Williams, you might remember Captain America. He was good friends with Bill Seifert, and I was good friends with Raymond too, and spent the night at his house when I worked for Simpson back in the day when I was at the Rockingham drag strip. This is an interesting thing about Raymond Williams. He lived in a house that Annie Oakley used to live in at the Pinehurst Golf Club. Dink Widenhouse, Dink was sitting right over here. It's the last thing we had. And Nina Cox. And I've seen Mike Cox, I don't know if Mike's here, but that Nina was Preacher Man Cox that used to race the 50 car that Billy Scott drove for him, and a lot of other folks drove for him, but Nina passed away. All right. Now, if you don't think that's enough, here's the next list. Claude Wellman raced against Kerry Bodenheimer many, many times. Claude Wellman, who was Alan Wellman's dad, and Alan should be here somewhere. I don't know exactly if he's got here yet or not. Lizzie Musey, the drag racer. Harold Denton, another drag racer. Terry Drice, that's J.J. Drice's dad. Mike Stockwell's Radiator in Gaffney. Gary McKee, very famous drag racer. Parnelli Jones. I never did get to meet him, but L.D. Ottinger, of all people, hooked me up with Parnelli Jones to get me a driving suit one time. I seen L.D. at Hickory, and I said, L.D., where'd you get that suit at? And my very first ever driving suit, L.D. helped me get it through Parnelli Jones. Now this one, I got his autograph one time, and I wish I could find it now. Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs. And thanks to Lamar, he'll be playing some of Maurice Williams' songs here a little bit later. Paul Goldsmith, famous number 99 that won the last race on the beach at Daytona in Smokey Unit's car. James Long from up in Tennessee, and that's a good friend of Ernest Rogers that passed away. He's the one that owns the car that, help me, Ernest, Paul Ghost. Yeah, he's got the Paul Ghost car. Tommy Mooney's daughter. Very young, very beautiful girl. Unfortunately, she passed away also. Lee Edwards, drag racer. Bobby Allison. And thanks to Mike Beam, I got to see Bobby Allison up at Mike Beam's shop. And James made a picture of us. It's on the wall right in here. And by the way, if you go in the door of my museum and look on the left, that's my memorial wall. Look at all those people that are on there. It's just amazing who friends of ours that we lost. Charlie Craig, I mentioned him a few minutes ago, had a great show in Gastonia every year, and Charlie and I have been great friends for many, many years. Just a terrible loss for the racing community. Wanda Beam, I went to school with Wanda, and when she passed away, I put on Facebook, I said, the prettiest girl to ever graduate at Crest High School. And she was a very, very beautiful girl, she was. Frankie Flanagan, another drag racer. Cale Yarborough, probably one of the toughest to ever drive a race car, Cale Yarborough. Bill Magnum, another one of the folks kind of like myself, is very responsible for keeping the history of racing alive. David Alewan, another go-kart racer friend. Clyde Vickers, CV Products. Clinton Mashburn, and is His son here, Clinton's son, is he here yet? Okay, maybe he'll be here a little bit later. Bud Parker, buddy of mine that we graduated together in 1976 at Crest High School. Sharon Briggs, who I've spent thousands of dollars in this building getting stuff framed by her. And she brought me a gift the day I opened this place up, and it's on the wall in here of a story that was in the Shelby paper. Johnny Bartlett, another go-kart racing engine builder. Hal Lell, a friend of mine from here in Shelby. Michael Martin, another drag racer. Henry C. and Chris C. would have loved to have been here today, but they had other plans and couldn't make it. But Henry was a great guy. I used to race at his track up at Melrose on Sunday afternoons a lot. Lance Shager, another go-kart friend from New York. Tommy Bridges. Tommy was a engine builder, used to be a drag racer. We worked together at UPS when he was a mechanic there. Just another great guy. Rhonda Bolton Scorman, who was, my brother's actually married to her at one time. She passed away. Bob Jungle Lane, one of the best engine builders in our part of the country for sure. Bob Mayhew, another drag racer that used to work at Chevrolet Place in Shelby. I graduated with his daughter. J.L. Thompson. If you're a dirt track racer, and I'm sure you heard the name J.L. Thompson. Paul Lewis from Tennessee, used to run the NASCAR circuit back in the day. Larry Rogers, that's Phil Rogers' dad. And Phil, are you here? He planned on coming. I don't know if he's here yet or not. I think he had to go to church and then come. Larry Rogers. Van Turkey Craig. How many folks knew Turkey Craig? Raise your hand. Great guy. Had his own record service. He was Bill Blanton's adopted son, you might say. Ray Broom, another go-kart racer that was another good friend of mine. And the last page. All these names are right here in front of you guys. Les Ivy. Les used to cut the grass here. Before Giovanni started cutting it, Les cut the grass here at my mother's, at our church at Sulphur Springs, and actually he still cuts it out there. He did to his son. His son ended up with the business. He said, my dad did it all those years. So he actually sold it. Fat Cat Robs. A great guy and a heck of a race driver, and thank goodness he was here. That's the last thing also. Mark Bertfeld, who started the Unlimited All-Stars and Go-Kart Racing Division. And this next one is, I'm so thankful that his wife, his brother, and his father-in-law are all here today, Dale McClain. And Junior Setzer, appreciate you folks being here. J.P. Roberts. J.P. moved to Forest City when Jimmy Means moved to Forest City and worked on Jimmy's car for many years. He married a woman from Forest City, and they opened up a restaurant, and very successful right there on Main Street. Jimmy Culverson used to call it the mud hole. The parking lot was so rough, but they had great food. Rex White. And Rex, he was here at the last thing, and I'm still blown away that Rex is gone. I really am. But if you get a chance, go through my house, and Rex's 1960 trophy is in his display in the house. So that's a piece. That's probably the most historical piece that's on this property. Rex White's 1960 trophy. David Mize, another go-kart friend of mine from Florida. Cappy Cappiello. Cappy was the parts man at Possum Kingdom back in the day, and great friend of the go-kart racing world. And unfortunately, Cappy passed away, and his wife is supposed to be here. I hope she is. Travis Carter. Travis Carter helped Harry Gant become the Skull Bandit. Larry McClure of Morgan McClure Racing. Ken Blackwell. Ken came to my shop right here after he had stepped on that nail tearing down a building. Now this is a word of the wise for you guys, including myself. If you ever get a nail in your foot or your hand or whatever, go get a tetanus shot. Ken didn't go get one. And Pee Wee White is here. I seen him earlier. Pee Wee brought him up here. About 30 minutes into his visit, he said, "Phil, I need a chair. I got to sit down. My foot's killing me." And so I got him a chair, and he sat down. He rested for a little while, and then he'd walk, and he'd rest, and walk and rest. So I didn't think much of it. Didn't even ask him what was wrong with his foot. That was on like a Monday. On Thursday, Pee Wee calls me, and he said, "You're not going to believe what I'm getting ready to tell you. They amputated his foot and his leg all the way up to his knee that Thursday from gangrene, from stepping on a nail and not getting a tetanus shot. But I went to his funeral, and a great guy. This next guy, I never met him, but he is responsible for probably most of the stuff you see here. Fred Smith, who started FedEx. I'm very fortunate that I worked for FedEx for 22 and a half years and retired from FedEx. And I'm very proud of my FedEx display that's right there in this building. If you get a chance, go check it out too. The next one, I never met him, but if you know anything about me, you know I like wrestling. Hulk Hogan. Tony Walker, another go-kart friend of mine. Scott Pumpkin Brown. And Lisa Setzer and I was talking about Pumpkin. She went to school with Pumpkin. He passed away this year. Another one, I got a picture of him on the table right there, sitting right in front of Roddy Langley. And Roddy, good to have you here inside the World Cronkite, is Humpy Wheeler. Humpy spoke at our banquet at Tri-County, and Humpy just a great guy and an amazing person. George Big Mac Masita. And George, he is a photographer, and I worked with him up at Harris back when I worked for Bosco Lowe and Keith Norwell back in the day. Dennis Thurkill. Dennis used to flag when I raced up at Whitmar back in the day, and Dennis passed away not long ago, actually. Phil Bartdahl. And for all you NASCAR folks, I'm sure you know these next two names, or actually next three names. Phil Bartdahl, Steve Birdie, along with Bill Davis. Charlie Kirk. I never did get to meet him, but I tell you what, I watched him about every day. And Naomi Smith, Jeff's mother. Now, let me get on over here. All right. There's another gentleman that I went to his funeral, and I want to speak on him because I met him when I worked at Carolina Freight. And his son raced back in the day. Actually, Terry Widener, who owns this trailer, bought a trailer from Rusty. But Hillard Wise. And Hillard was a special kind of person. We had so much stuff in common. Now, granted, he was a whole lot older than me. And but we worked at Carolina Freight. We both loved racing. He was a Darrell Waltrip fan. He was in the Masons. I'm in the Masons. And he was in a big American Legion supporter. And I'm a big American Legion supporter. You go on my back porch, you'll see I've been a volunteer for the last 5 years. But Hillard was a true legend in Cherryville, North Carolina. Anybody that lives in Cherryville knows who Hillard Wise is. And Rusty, my heart goes out to you because, man, I'm telling you, I know when you lose your dad, that is one of the toughest things I've been through, and I feel for you, Rusty. I really do. Is there anybody else that I've missed that you'd like to add to this? If there are, feel free to, because I think this is good to remember these guys by. I really do, because you never know who the next one's going to be. Could be me, could be you. But as if there's not, I'm going to get Dale back up here to say another prayer to close this out, and then we got some awards to give away.
Lord, we thank you for today, and we just like to remember all these people that have passed away since the last reunion. Lord, they all touched some of us. Some of them touched all of us in their own certain way. And Lord, just let us not forget what they did and what they meant to the racing community. And Lord, we thank you. We thank you for everything that you do, and we just thank you for Phil for honoring these people every year. Lord, we thank you and we love you and we praise you. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
All right, before we make a special present.
Phil, let him have it. He's got something to do. Let him.
All right, hop up here. How many of you folks know this gentleman right here? This is Mike Beam. I got to tell you how I met Mike Beam. First time I can remember this like it happened last night at Hickory Speedway. Last night, I'm serious. All right, everybody knows that I was a big Jack Ingram fan. And back in the day, I was at Hickory one night, and it was a 200-lap national championship race. And I was in Jack's pits, standing up on the back of the trailer, and Butch Lindley was running about third or fourth place, maybe. and they had a caution flag come out with about 20 laps to go. Well, I didn't know Mike Beam at the time, but he was pitted right beside of Jack. So the caution flag come out, Jack's got 20 laps to go. He's on cruise control. He's going to win the race. That's pretty much a known fact, he thought. So they bring Mike in. Mike brings Butch in, Butch Lindley. They put 2 tires on the right-hand side. Now, Jack's on Goodyears and Butch is on Firestones. So they go back out, and the Butch starts at the tail end of the lead lap. And listen, he passed everybody, including Jack, like he was in another gear. So I learned a valuable lesson that night after the race. I went over to Jack after the race was over, and I said, Jack, what in the heck happened? He looked at me just straight and out. He said, Phil, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I just got my ass outrun. But that's the first time I ever met Mike, because I walked over and congratulated him. He don't remember it, I'm sure. But there's a lot of nights that Butch Lindley won races that like that, I'm sure, right?
Oh, yeah, a lot. We did. But you know what? A little story, though. I grew up at Hickory Speedway, and Phil, you're 68, so I'm 68.
I'll be 68 December the 9th.
I'll be 70 December. But anyway, and he sold the papers, and I worked in the concession stands. And that's what we did. And I know our paths crossed a lot, but, it's how we really, we got to, he loves Hickory as much as I did. And so, I was very blessed to make a career out of it. But, it's, that's why today, we got something for Phil, me and James, and, we want to give him something because I've put these events on before and Phil's helped me, and it's like, holy crap, I don't want to do that again. I'm just too old, but I wish I could. But anyway, so we got something for you, Phil, that we had made. It's a plaque, and I'm going to read it to you, for Phil Combs in recognition of your exceptional dedication and contributions for your hard work and tireless efforts in the preservation and history for all forms of motorsports. Your relentless commitment to share and educate fans all over the world brings us together, and we honor you. This is from all your friends and fans, and we wanted to give this to you. We did this 4 times, and finally me and James decided we need to leave the date off of it, because this started a year ago, and this poor guy, I know what he went through to do this. And so, what we do, I have a piece of aluminum over here. It's black. It's 24 by 36, and I'm going to put it in a frame. If everyone can just take the time, you got the silver Sharpies to sign it for Phil. Tell him thank you. We'd greatly appreciate it. But anyway, we want to do something for you, just for all you do for us and everybody here. I think we owe him a big round of applause, folks. Yeah, we love this guy. He's been friends with me and Nancy for a long time, and he's a friend to everyone. And the history of what he's doing, it's like, it's amazing. This is a great event, and I just thank the Lord. Last night, I said, Lord, please don't let it rain. Just let him do this event. So, but anyway, everybody have a good time, and we appreciate you, buddy.
Well, this is a total surprise. I will say, you caught me off guard, and usually it takes a little bit to pull on old Phil, but today you did. But Mike, again, you and James both great friends, and I'm blown away. But this is, I've been fortunate to get some pretty cool stuff, but I think this might just top the list. But it's nice to get stuff like this. It really is. But I tell you what, it's a whole lot nicer to have a bunch of friends like I got with you folks. It is.
That's right. That's where you're blessed.
But I appreciate it very much.
Okay, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both you guys. Yeah, if you would. Thank you very much. All right, the next guy, I've got a couple of awards to give away, and I want to get. We got a dignitary in the house here today. Aaron Ellenberg, get yourself up here. Sheriff of Rutherford County. All right, Aaron's been kind enough to help me with this but first of all, give this man a big round of applause. This guy came here when he was running for sheriff And not only did he won by a landslide. And Alan Norman's supposed to be here sometime a little bit later, so I know he wants to see you. But Aaron, you before you got into being a policeman of any kind, you were heavily involved. Your dad's here today, Jimmy Ellenberg. I used to race go-karts against your dad, and I actually raced for your dad one night years ago. But you got involved in racing motorcycles. And now you got your kids into motorcycles, but that's been a great deal for you your whole life, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I've been racing since I was about 2 weeks old. Been a big part of my career, and I love it. And I wished I could still do it, but I've had to grow up. So,
well, he's kind enough that he's going to help me with the presentation on this. You know, my deal is about recognizing people that are either 80 or 90 years old. If you've lived that long, and you've been involved in racing that long, you really deserve to have a little extra pat on the back. Your glory days are over and gone, but we've got a gentleman here that's done a lot of stuff for a lot of people, including yourself, and I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you very much. This individual has meant a lot to me. He's actually, I guess, early in my father's career of racing motocross. He built my dad's engines. I got into motocross around 92. He built my engines. When I got out of it, my children got in it, and he built my engines for my kids. Not one time did I ever doubt my bikes. I got on the line. I knew I was going to the front. This individual gave me the best product he could give me, and made me very successful as a child racing along with my children. We got on the starting line. I knew we were going to the front. One of the things that stood out to me was my son qualified for amateur national. I told Bobby, I said, give me the fastest bike you can give me, as legal as you can get it. He said, I promise you, they can't find what I've done. And we had an amazing little motorcycle when we went to the Nationals. Nate wound up getting a 3rd overall. These kids are across the nation, and I wasn't expecting anything like that. I was hoping for a top 10. So, anyways, but other than that, that's my personal side of this individual. But along his journey of being successful as an engine builder, I know he's built junior dragsters. He's built mini motorcycles. A lot of successful individuals have come through Cleveland County that have made big money, but it started out right here in Cleveland County with his engineering. Amazing job that this individual has done for many, many people across the country. I'm sure he's maybe setting stuff overseas. Bobby Barr, where you at? Bobby, I love you, buddy. He's been a very close friend. Get up here.
Let me say something. Okay. You know, I was fortunate enough that my brother... All right, Bobby, there's some steps back here. There you go. My brother took me over to Bobby's service station on a Saturday morning, and I was probably maybe 8 years old, maybe 9, but I remember it like it was today. And they'd backed the car into a Sinclair station, and he had won the drag race on Friday night at Shelby Drag Strip. And I thought, that is so dang cool. But he's won everything he's ever raced in, and still building and winning stuff today. But Bobby, I want to honor you for your 80 plus years involved in racing, and you love it as much as you ever have, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much.
And he's just went through a major surgery and wasn't sure he was going to be able to come today, so we need to give him a big extra round of applause for being here, because he could just as soon probably been home laying on the couch. But thank you, and glad you're getting better.
Thank you so much.
He is Cleveland County's oldest teenager.
Yeah, I hear you.
But in all sincereness, me and my brother especially appreciate your friendship.
Thank you. I always appreciate y'all too. Always.
Hey, and there's some Bobby Barr stuff in this museum too, by the way, if you walk through there and look at it, including the downhill car I raced at Chimney Rock. Yep, you're welcome.
Y'all good to see you.
All right, the next gentleman I want to get up here was the voice of the Hobby Racing Association back in the day. Charlie Cabinets, get yourself up here.
2 weeks it takes, it don't take long. Golly, look at you.
Oh, you're 91? Come right around here to the step. Well, I'm going to have to make you another sign. I thought, you don't look a day over 81. Hop up here. Okay. You're 91?
Turned 91 in June.
Goodness gracious, whatever you take and get me 2 bottles of it.
I don't know. It's in a bottle.
But listen, he was the voice of, tell these folks, and Chuck Piazza, are you here?
Where's Chuck?
He's supposed to be here. Chuck Piazza. Chuck Piazza. We need to get him up here.
I got to show him.
I got to make him another sign. I swear I did not think he was, I thought he was 80 something. Chuck Piazza. Charlie, spell your last name.
C-A-B-A. N-I-S-S. Well, that's a shock.
You know, this is the second time this has happened to me, that a person made a special request to have Chuck Piazza somewhere, because I used to help Alex Beam down at his museum. We won't make him come up on stage. We can do this down here. Chuck, just, we're not going to make you come up on stage. The last time I did this, Bill Cannell, we did a benefit for Big Bill Cannell, who was the voice of Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I was friends with Bill for a long time, and so I called Bill before the thing that we did, and I said, Bill, is there anybody in particular you'd like to have at the event we're planning? I was thinking he was going to say Richard Petty or David Pearson or Cale Yarber or somebody like that. He said, you know, they really are. He said, there's one guy that I used to really like, and said I used to like to see him race, and he's just such a great guy. And I kept thinking, I wonder who he's talking about. I said, well, who is it? He said, Chuck Piazza. And I called Chuck, and Chuck, I'm going to tell you, that had to be an honor of all the race drivers that he had announced their name in his lifetime, to pick you. That had to be a pretty cool thing. Well, guess what? This gentleman right here did the exact same thing. When he found out he was getting this, his first words out of his mouth was, is Chuck Piazza going to be there? And so I think it's so great. This is one of those moments, guys, that I'm telling you about. This makes all this stuff that I'm doing worthwhile. I can promise you. But Chuck, okay, hop down here if you will, Charlie. I don't want him to have to come up the steps. Let me help you down. Don't you fall, please.
Yeah, I had hip surgery, and we don't need to redo it.
I would tell them. All right, I'm going to let you tell your story, but first of all, stand right around here so they can get you on the Wise News Network over here. And there you go, Chuck. All right, let's hear it.
One night at Rutherford Speedway, Chuck won the race. I had a PA mic, and I was broadcasting live on radio. And I said, Chuck, if you keep running and winning races, you're going to have to take me out for a steak dinner. Well, I was just joking. Saturday night came, he won in Shelby. He came looking for me. He said, when you want to come to Spartanburg to get that steak? I said, I was just joking. He said, I'm not. So I went down there. We went out to eat, and then we went and played putt-putt. You remember that, Chuck? Well, you may not have to. But that was a great moment, though.
Yeah, very good. That's getting back a ways, Charlie.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Bill Cannell and I got pretty close, and he was a great announcer. I mean, he could take two cars and you'd think there was a whole race, a whole field of cars running. But Bill was an exciting broadcaster, and certainly it was good to see him that last time. And we were close, and I always appreciated his, what he did for me.
Well, folks, if you want to get a picture of this, I'm going to let these two guys stand beside each other. This is a legendary race announcer and a legendary dirt track driver. I was lucky enough to be on Dale Jr.'s Lost Speedway show about the Cleveland County Fairgrounds. This man right here won the last race ever run out there. Chuck Piazza. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Chuck. Good to have you here.
Bill, I was going to say this is just, you take that. In case I don't get a chance.
You better not leave.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. I need to see Freddie Crawford up here. Freddie Crawford. Ronnie Sewell, are you here? Come here, man. Come here, Ronnie Sewell. And bring Alan Norman with you. You got it. All right. I need to see my brother up here, Roby Combs. Now, a lot of you folks know that my brother was involved in an accident. Somebody help get my brother up here, if you would.
Hey, Roby.
Hey, Alan Norman, will you help my brother right there? Ronnie, hop on up here a minute. This guy right here and I have been friends for many, many years, and I've actually got a Ronnie Sewell display in here somewhere. If you go through there, you'll see it. But this Ronnie's he's been one of the ones kind of like a lot of you guys. He stuck behind me through thick and thin on having this thing when it looked bleak. You're the one that called and give me a pep talk. I want to give you a pat on the back and tell you thank you for the kind words. Ronnie and I are Masonic brothers, and we appreciate each other very much.
Thank you.
But I appreciate you being here today.
Well, it's a good thing, and I'm glad that you have it because it brings a lot of people together that don't.
Hold on.
Get away from it. Told you them won't come the steps.
Well, we got you a special presentation. Compliments of Mr. Freddie Crawford here, and Freddie, I'm going to let you tell these folks what it is.
I'd rather you do it.
Okay. Well, a lot of you folks, all right, can somebody help me out? Maybe I can get Alan Norman to do it. Alan, how about grabbing that number 87 sign right there and come up here on the stage with me? And by the way, we've got another dignitary in the house, and we've been friends since we worked together at UPS part-time. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Sheriff of Cleveland County, Mr. Alan Norman. Another Masonic brother. All right. My brother lettered this door, and he used to letter Freddie's cars when he drove for Charles Adams. He lettered for him when he drove his own Thunder Lightning car, and he has spent many an hour down in Union, South Carolina, working for Freddie. Billy Scott actually took me over to Freddie's house the last day. I got to spend a day with Billy down there, and Billy Scott had nothing but good things to say about you. But today, Freddie has got this that he's going to present to my brother, and I'm going to read it what it says. It says, honoring Roby Combs, the man behind the brush. If you've been around racing, you've seen Roby. Combs' work, bold names, sharp lines, and lettering that made every car look like it was built to win. Roby's been a part of this sport for many years, pouring his heart and soul into every job. Never asking for the spotlight, just proud to see his work hit the track. His steady hand and creative eye have touched more cars and more people than we can count. This tribute is a small way to say thank you, Roby, for your craftsmanship, your dedication, and your legacy you painted across racing history. The tracks may be quiet now at night, but your work will always be the spirit that keeps racing alive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, here's their picture together. Put your hands together for Freddie Crawford and my brother, Roby Combs.
Through all these years, me and Roby became friends, and we talk on the phone about once a week. And I want you to know I've only had one other friend that I could say that compares with our friendship. We had a lot of fun, and I'm looking at a real hero. There are a lot of people who drive race cars, but they ain't nobody as good with a brush as this man right here. And
I really do appreciate him a whole lot. He's a real dear friend. And, when we talk about once a week, sometimes more. Every time we hang up, we realize we may be talking for the last time. And that's the way life is, but I want you to know, Roby, how I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Well, Freddie Crawford, I really appreciate you also. I guess you did. And, had a hard time getting up here. I apologize for kind of losing it there, but I'm kind of short here in my later age.
You sure are.
I know I am. I can't help it. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate this. What do you call these things? I can't even think.
I don't know what you call it.
Oh, you call it. It's got a name. But it's some of my favorite cars. This car right here is Freddie's favorite car. This was the red and white 16 with all the white stripes. He loved that car, and I did too. In fact, I brought a picture of it with me today. But Freddie's been a great friend, him and Charles Adams and all that union crowd. There's a lot of them down there that I made friends with down there, and that I'm still friends with today. But Freddie here's one of my besties, one of my best friends. I love you, Freddie Crawford.
What you want me to do with it?
Thank you so much. And you folks might not know this, but my brother is, unfortunately, he's just about blind now. He was involved in an accident up at Carter Chevrolet, taking a sign down. It's pretty much cost him his eyesight. So we're going to have to help him get off this stage very carefully. But if you want to see him, he's going to go over. I want you to turn around here. Let me get a picture of us together.
Hold on just a minute. Let me get these glasses off. All right.
Thank you, Rusty. He's going to go over here and sit down in the swing. That's what he said, unless you decided you don't want to do that.
I'm going to do that. Yeah,
okay.
That's what I'm going to do.
Okay. But his daughter's here today too, Shane. But appreciate that. But again, thank you so much to Freddie Crawford for doing that for you.
Yeah, my daughter Shane will be back here with me. She come up today. Everybody else is working. But I really appreciate her coming. My good friend Joe Yates, he'll be back there with me. He brought me over here. He takes care of me real good. But I really appreciate my brother here. He checks in with me every day. He don't miss. If I'll call him or he'll call me, but usually he'll beat me to the call. But me and him is pretty much grown up together and still pretty good buddies, ain't we?
Yep. Best brother on earth right here. Thank you. Now, Freddie, you make sure he don't fall getting off here. We got a whole lot of dignitaries in the house today, but I want to talk to these guys. All right. How many folks has ever been to Chimney Rock? Raise your hand. These are the kings of Chimney Rock. John Finger and Mike Green in the house, the same two champions that won the Chimney Rock Hill Climb 17 times in a row.
Between us.
Yeah, 12 here and 5 there. That's an amazing record. But to have, it's just like I said, we got dirt track legends, NASCAR legends, you name it, go-kart legends, and now we got hill climb legends. But fellas, so glad to have you here.
It's great to be here. I'm glad you finally got some weather. I was about to give up.
Well, the good Lord blessed us today. I'm going to tell you, even last night it's raining. I thought, well, Lord, please don't let it rain tomorrow. And so it's been a good day so far. Mike, you not only been a friend, you've been a true friend of John's for so many years, and it's good to have somebody like him on your side, is it not?
He's helped me in innumerable ways, and I want to thank you for having this every year. You're doing a great thing here.
Well, I appreciate it. Hey, by the way, Ronnie and Pam Ivester, I didn't want to do the half and half thing. Now, we have started a little bit, but I do want to mention this. And the half and half thing is going to be, and Ronnie and Pam standing right over here, they're going to help me with it, and the raffle. But I didn't want to do it until we finished the thing for all of the members of our racing family we lost in the memorial service. But you guys, I got everything set up over here. James Benfield, if you could meet them over there, they'll show you what we're going to do. But if you folks, I've got some cool stuff over there that you can win. And if you want to go check it out, please do. But John brought me a special gift today, because it's a surprise that he's had for a long time. But you want to tell the folks what you brought me?
I got one of Harry Gant's driver's suits 10 years ago, and he's been trying to get it that long, so I snuck it in today, and Mike goes over and tells him.
I didn't know it was a secret.
Well, but I appreciate you guys' friendship. I really do. It was Chuck Piazza that introduced me to John Finger a few years ago, and I greatly appreciate meeting both of you guys. I do.
We're enjoying it. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you do. All right, Alan Norman, where are you at? Alan Norman. But before Alan Norman, I want to get this guy up here, Steve Ivester. Steve Ivester, come here a second. Yeah, come here. You don't have to say anything. Without folks like this man right here, and I need to get Johnny Hightower up here also. Johnny Hightower. Without these guys, I'm going to tell you, this would not have happened. Because a lot of folks may not understand it, but this is not an easy thing to do, physically or financially. But thank you. I want to thank this man right here. We've been friends forever. This is Mr. Mopar himself. And if you've got a vintage Mopar, Noah Anderson will vouch for me. He's got anything and everything up at his place in Lawndale, North Carolina. Ivester's classic Mopar parts. But Steve, again, thank you so much for everything.
Anytime, Phil.
And tell these folks, you've got the most unique salvage yard in the state of North Carolina, no doubt, do you?
I guess so. Phil says so.
Well, I'm telling you, it's not me. Everybody's ever been there thinks that. But I appreciate all you've done to help me on this.
Thank you, Phil.
Yes, sir. How about giving him a big round of applause, too, if you would. Mr. Steve Ivester. All right, I want to get the sheriff up here, Alan Norman. He was up here a minute ago. Alan and Aaron Ellenberg. All right, come up here. This guy right here, too. How many of you folks drive a race car that's here? Tommy Mooney's here. He drives one. I don't know if he's got the right transmission. This is one of the most famous transmission men, not just in South Carolina, not in the Southeast, but the whole United States. This is Johnny Hightower. And I got his shirt on here today, wearing it proudly. Johnny is a big supporter here at this thing, and I appreciate all you've done to help me, Johnny, more than you ever know.
Glad to do it.
Anything you want to tell these future or current customers of Hightower Racing Transmissions? This man works more hours than anybody I've ever seen. A 3:30 in the morning job is nothing for him.
Yeah, I did that to bring that car over here for you.
Well, okay, I want to tell you this. Johnny's cars are on display over close to where my dogs are at. And go over and take a look at them, because he's got some very unique rat rods. But by special request, he bought a Harley Davidson mini bike. Yes, a Harley Davidson mini bike. They only made these things for 2 years, and they are very, very rare. Go by and check it out. But Johnny, again, thank you so much.
Yes,
without you and Steve Ivester, and I couldn't do this, but appreciate you very much.
Yes, sir. Glad to do it.
Okay, next up, I need to see Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks. I'm almost ashamed to tell this, but I laid my clipboard down somewhere, and I haven't seen it in hours. So if you happen to find my clipboard, you got it? Hello, Kyle Armstrong.
Good to see you.
Deuce, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Deuce was responsible for me getting the...
How many clipboards you got? Is that it?
I got a couple of them. This is actually one that I appreciate it. But Deuce is the one that is responsible for me getting the Bobby Gill display in here. And Kyle Armstrong actually works for Simpson Race Products now, a job that I used to have years ago. And I told him when he got that job, I was very proud of him being able to kind of fill the shoes that I had back in 1990. All right, this gentleman right here won an award that is about as most prestigious if you're a dirt track driver in the state of North Carolina or South Carolina or wherever that you can win. You can win the races and you can win the track championships, and that's why I'm so aggravated I misplaced my clipboard. I got every championship wrote down that you ever won in a thing. I don't know what I did with it, Ricky. But anyhow, I'm gonna get to this. I noticed some folks got Ricky Weeks shirts on. I seen them walking around here with them today. If you're a pit crew member or a sponsor or anything to do with Ricky Weeks, before we finish this, I want you to come up here and want to get a picture with you guys. But Ricky, it is my honor to present you from the Combs Family Museum. Congratulations on your 2024 National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for this? There's not a whole lot of people in the state of North Carolina that have got this. He needs to be in the North Carolina Hall of Fame along with Freddie Smith, and he's not. So I'm going to put a bug in you guys here. If you know anybody over there in Mooresville that could get him in there, this man definitely needs to be. But Ricky, big congratulations to you. You're a true ambassador for Rutherford County, but there's a gentleman right here that wants to talk to you, and he's got a little something to say I think you may be interested in. Once again, this is the Sheriff of Rutherford County and the Rutherford Rocket.
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Ellenberg. I'm going to turn it back over to him.
You know, as I said earlier, I started out being taken to the racetrack at a very young age, 2 weeks old. Grew up running up and down rollbacks and stuff, sitting there in the pits, Walter Adair, Raymond Payne, many of the big names. And Ricky Weeks is somebody that always stuck out in my mind. Everywhere he went, he was like a rocket ship. I guess that's where you got your nickname, is Rutherford Rocket. You know, he's a hometown guy. I was born and raised in Rutherford County. I guess you was raised in Rutherford. Rutherford County guy. Like I say, you know, I grew up watching him race. This gentleman, he is probably one of the most successful dirt late model drivers that's been around this area. Just a little bit to kind of talk about him. He's got a 5-time Carolina Clash champion, 1-time Carolina Clash South champion, a 7-time Cherokee Speedway champion, 2010 Cherokee Hall of Fame, 2013 Carolina Clash Lifetime Achievement Award, 2015 Clash Hall of Fame, 2022 Mount Airy Stock Car Racing Wall of Fame, 2024 National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame. I mean, the record just keeps going on, and I was actually looking up some of his stuff, and I mean, a lot of people around. He's got a list that keeps going and going and going. A lot of wins. I guess you had a lot of good times, a wheel in a car. And it's an honor for me to stand up here and be able to talk and represent you, sir.
Well, it's an honor. It's an honor, first of all, to be here. Of course, it's a very big honor for you to be doing this for me. Phil, this you just don't know how much this means to me that you've recognized me for that national championship, because you do it in Kentucky, and of course you don't have nobody there that knows who you are, so they don't know, you know. So, but anyway, anybody that's ever had anything to do with helping me get to that, I really appreciate it. It takes a lot of hard work, of course, a lot of dedication, and a lot of money that I didn't have, but a lot of people that helped me had, and I really appreciate that. And of course, the good Lord blessed me with a talent that I could, you know, I knew my dad taught me how to win races, and it paid off. So we had a lot of luck and a lot of success, and thank the good Lord for that.
You know, Johnny Hightower was up here just a little bit ago, and Johnny brought up an interesting fact that I did not know, that Johnny sold you your first late model car.
Well, it was actually my second late model car, but it was my first good late model car. And it was a really good car. I won a ton of races with that thing. Johnny, he helped me figure out he knew how to make it go. I didn't. So he helped me out with that and taught me a whole lot. But it was, I couldn't believe he sold it. It was so good, to be honest with you. But he probably wanted it back after he sold it. But we had a lot of success with that car. I run it in limited late models, but we won a bunch of races with that thing. And then, of course, it helped me, you know, get the road going for the future. So, of course, I want to thank my wife and my family, my sister sitting there. That's my older sister, by the way. And
I would have made you a good brother-in-law.
But anyway, all of my family's here, so I appreciate that, and a bunch of the my older crew guys is around here somewhere, but you don't get this stuff by yourself. You know what I mean? Everybody that you can't take the credit for it yourself, because it just takes everybody digging just as hard as you to get success in racing.
Yeah, and I want to bring up this point, what he kind of off of what he just said. The reason I wanted to do this, because they had the awards in Florence, Kentucky, and it probably, 6 or 8 people got to go, your friends, and that's it. And I said, it's such a shame that they have that thing so far away that people couldn't enjoy getting to see you and get the appreciation of what you've done, because it's an amazing thing to get put in the Hall of Fame, if you consider how many dirt late model drivers there are. But again, I hope this is a little extra. This is a refresher for 2 years ago, or a year ago, but we're proud of you. I'm very proud of you. My brother used to take so much pride in lettering your car, and you were a genuine ambassador to dirt track racing, and I think that's why you had so many fans.
Well, I sure do appreciate it, Phil. I always tried to treat anybody I raced with the highest respect. I tried to race them like I'd want to be raced, and if it come down to running second, instead of knocking you out of the way, I was just going to run second. I'll just sit and race that way. But we had a lot of success, and I had a lot of fun and still have a lot of good memories.
Well, once again, if you would, please put your hands together for the Rutherford Rocket, Ricky Weeks, and thanks to Aaron Ellenberg for being part of this special presentation today. Very cool, that's for sure. All right, anybody want to get any pictures of Ricky with this sign? You can step up here and do so right now.
If you don't care, see if any of my crews out
there. Yeah, any pit crew members or sponsors or whoever, family members, if you've ever turned a wrench on Ricky Weeks' car in your lifetime, or just a fan even, get yourself up here. Hunter Weaver, come here. That's who I seen that on that shirt. Look here. Hunter Weaver, good friend of mine, and Johnny Hightower, where are you at? If it wasn't for Johnny Hightower, he might still be running cadets up at Harris. Johnny Hightower, get yourself in here. All right, Johnny Beauchamp, I need to see you. Johnny Beauchamp. Hey, girl. Hey, Roger Dixon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming.
I got a good story about Rick.
Get on in the picture. Johnny, get on in here.
Tell Barry Wright to come up here.
Yeah, Barry Wright. Barry Wright, get yourself up here. You need to get in this picture. Barry Wright. Here he comes.
You won't break the camera. He's worried about the steps. Yeah, there you go. Watch it. I about knocked him over a while ago.
Barry, appreciate you being here very much, and we'll get to you in a second. You got any Ricky Weeks stories you want to share?
He was a real joy to work with. The first time I met him was at the Harris International, and he did a good job, and we talked a little bit, and we become friends, and he raced with me for a long time. I can't remember. I know 20 years it feels like, but he did a good job, turned out to be a good driver.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think if anybody deserves to be standing beside him, it ought to be Barry Wright. How about hopping over and getting this picture? Give Barry Wright, Ricky Weeks, and all these folks with him a big round of applause, if you would. It took a whole bunch of people to get him in that Hall of Fame. Like he said, he didn't do it on his own. Johnny Beauchamp, need to see you wherever you are. People together. You go get that hood down. Where is it? It's in the woods back there. Okay.
Hey, Rick, you get going with this part. Stop on you enough to wait
Yeah, Phil, probably when I was still in the first year of my Blue Ridge Outlaws announcing for them, Ricky was still running on the tour, and Ricky was, it was his last year was running, and his last win, I had the pleasure to be able to announce that race, and I'll never forget it. Matthew Nance was leading the race, and you were running second. You still had your supermotor in, and lo and behold, Matthew blew up about halfway in the race, and Ricky went on to win, and there's Mike Huey was standing over there. He coming second, and I was in a Barry Wright car as well at that time, and Ricky looked up after me after the race. He said, I didn't even know he blew up. Didn't even see him. And then next thing you know, he comes across the line and wins the race. So that was Ricky's last win was at Lancaster Motor Speedway, Herbert Murray Hall of Fame race that night. So like I said, one more time for the Roughing and Rocket, Ricky Weeks.
Are you going to do that race thing? It's coming up about 30 minutes.
All right, once again, thanks to Johnny Hightower. Thanks to all you guys.
I'm glad you got here, Raymond.
Ricky, some of these guys you hadn't seen in a while, I bet.
Well, there's a good many people here. Now, I see these crew guys a lot. We stay in touch, but there's a whole lot of people here that I haven't seen in a long time, and I'm glad I'm getting to see them. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, he's got autograph cards right over here. His car's on display. If you want to get one, he'll be glad to sign it, and you can come and get your picture made with him. And
a replica car.
Yeah, and check out his great-looking replica car. And I've got a Ricky Weeks, all kind of Ricky Weeks stuff in the museum in here also. Barry Wright, hang right here where you at.
Okay. See you, Rick.
All right. And Judy, where are you at? I got to get her up here.
I want my buddy to come up here.
Who's that?
Tony McAbee. Tell him to come on up.
Tony Maccabee, come up here. Tony Maccabee. Get yourself up here. Yeah, Tony's been a big supporter of this thing. He got me the Bud Moore sign that I've got in here from the Bud Moore Street. Somebody said, "Did you steal that?" I said, "No, Tony Maccabee got it for me." You know, when I come up with this idea to do this on Barry and Judy, I do it, and I see Tommy Mooney standing over there. I did it for Tommy one year, and I want to do it for somebody that is from Shelby. And so I got a very interesting story to tell about Barry Wright. And I know you're not going to remember it because you were busy, and I was 16 years old, and I was probably just a pest stopping by his front end shop over on Camel Street. But I pulled in there one afternoon. I worked at UPS, and I had to be there at 5:15, so I got out of school at 3. Hey, David. And so I pulled in over at Barry's place, and I go in there, and the phone rings. See, I'll never forget. I got one in my office, in my dad's office in here. The phone's up on the wall. He picks it up and, "Hello, Barry Wright." And his exact words were, "Nope, I'm not working on any more passenger cars. I took a job today working for Stick Elliott. I'm not working on anything but his race car." And lo and behold, that, I'm not going to say that's the day that started it, but I heard the conversation, and from that day on, I don't never remember you working on nothing but race cars. But you have had an amazing life, have you not?
Yeah, I have. I've been very blessed, and I tell you, just like you said, I got to where I was doing more work on the race car than it was the passenger stuff. So, love your passion, just do it.
Well, you know, the thing is, and here's my next step. But I got to thinking when I said, well, I'm going to do this on Barry, I said, well, I can't really do it on Barry without including Judy. Because Judy, behind every really successful man, you'll find a successful woman if he look hard enough. In most cases, sometimes it may not be the case, but most of the times it is. But you know, Judy's been your right hand to take care of going and picking up this or doing that or whatever for times that you know you had other irons in the fire, but you definitely had a faithful wife for many years.
Yeah, she's been with me for 53 years as marriage and 4 years before that, and she's really took care of me health-wise and business-wise. So,
well, that's very good. Well, I'll tell you what.
He's got a story he wants to tell about him.
I got the best story of all.
Okay.
Okay, folks, I got the best story of all on Barry Wright. Barry Wright was down on Camel Street. I'd made his sign. Barry's Automotive. There's some pictures of it still floating around. I'm working at the Uptown 66 station on the corner. Stick has bought Duval's number 5. He pulls in up there, talking to me about it and all. He said, I don't know what I'm going to do with this thing. I mean, this is a Stick Elliott story, too. I said, what do you mean? He said, I ain't got nobody to keep it up. I said, well, take it down there behind Tillman's to Barry Wright. He'll take care of it. He'll keep it up for you. Stick said, well, who the hell's Barry Wright? I said, him and Butch Bowen, they got an old race car they run. I said, but Barry loves racing. You need to take it down there to him. And I'm sure he didn't get a lot of money for keeping it up between Stick and Robert Barbie. But Stick went down there with it. He probably stayed down there about an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours maybe, Barry. How long? Something like that.
I can't remember, Ruby.
You don't even remember this story, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? Okay, good. It's good to see you, Barry.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I wouldn't be in the lettering business much if Barry and Johnny Moore got me started back in 1986, lettering Buck's car. But anyhow, back to the Barry story. So he went down there to see Barry about keeping up the race car. Robert Barbie out of Roberta Factory Outlet owned the car, him and Arthur White then. Stick come back by. I said, where's the race car? He said, I left it down there at Barry's. I said, okay. I said, he'll take care of you. I went down there and Butch had a so-called body shop back there in the back. So-called, you heard that, didn't you, Barry? Well, Butch and me painted and lettered that car in one night. The Stick took it to the fairground and somebody ended up on the hood of it that night, but I can't remember. But that's a good Barry Wright story. So he got started down on Campbell Street in Shelby, North Carolina. And I always been I hadn't seen him in years, but he knew I was still a good friend. Him and Judy both. So it's great to see y'all today. I'm glad you come. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you for the story. All right, this is kind of cool. My brother's talking about Stick, and look who walks up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stick's daughter, Gina, and her brand new book is on sale over here this weekend. How about that?
Thank you.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's
amazing how the stars line up. Gina,
and
the twins too.
And the twins too.
We got the whole family here. That's amazing.
Yeah, right.
But your dad had a lot to do with the changing of this guy's life. He did. Right. He really did.
Yeah.
Did he not?
Sure did. He was a good friend and good inspiration. You know, there's a lot of stories on Stick that ain't true. So he was a good one, really. He took well care of me over the years. He sure did.
Well, I've got something I want to give you.
I do want to hear all the stories. So even the ones he probably wouldn't want me to hear.
I've got you a sign made. Where's it at? Where is the Barry Wright sign?
In the back,
It's what? Oh, there it is, right there. Hey, Roger, will you hand me that? Hey, Barry Wright. Before I present this to you, I want you to look over here. I found these old hats, part of my collection. See, Roger?
Oh, yeah.
From back in the day. I want to get you to sign those before you leave here today. Okay. All right, this is your reward for all your hard work. I want you to read this for lifetime achievements in dirt racing to Barry and Judy Wright Day in Cleveland County, North Carolina. And I think Alan Norman, if I can get him up here. Alan Norman, where you at, buddy? Is going to proclaim it Barry Wright and Judy Wright Day in Cleveland County. If I can find him. Here he is. He's from up in your neck of the woods, Lawndale, North Carolina. And this is the sheriff, Mr. Alan Norman.
Good to see you, brother.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me out here today, Phil, and what you do for the community. You and I go way back. I worked for you at UPS back when I was in high school, and I learned the value from you of how to treat people. Between my parents and you, how you treated me and the rest of the people that worked on the dock and even drove. It goes without saying, I picked up that trait from you. You're a people person, and you instilled that in me way back, and I'm not even going to tell the year it happened, but that's going way back. But you're a good man, and you got Cleveland County at heart. And what you do, and it just goes without saying, just look around today at all the people that are here that aren't even from Cleveland County. I talked to a guy a minute ago from Fort Mill and one from Rock Hill. So I love you, brother. God bless you, and thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you so much.
But now, am I right or wrong? Is it not Barry and Judy Wright Day in Cleveland County? Is it Barry and Judy Wright Day in Cleveland County today?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And today is Barry and Junior Wright's Day in Cleveland County.
Oh, that's wonderful.
A free get out of jail pass times 2.
Thank you.
All right, let me see here. You want me to say a word?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's good to see everyone, and Phil, thanks for letting me be here. I am from one of the racing capitals of the world, Spartanburg, South Carolina, so you know the people from there.
So I woke up old. I'm almost 63, Tony Maccabee, and I had the wonderful privilege to work with Barry and Judy and this team in the 80s and the 90s. And I got two funny stories to tell Barry, and I've just told them one of them the other day. And a guy that worked for them a long time ago, Art Owens, and a lot of people know Art, he was hoping to come today, but he could not come. But two quick things. Barry, I didn't know you named me the bodybuilder. Maybe I forgot about it since I was old. The bodybuilder, Art said. And then the second, two quick stories. One in the 1988 World 100. We had lunch, Judy, with you at the Peach Blossom. And then the great Kevin Brown, who played a big part with Barry and Judy for a long time, he and I were roommates. So me and Barry and Kevin, after having lunch at the Peach Blossom, rolled on into downtown Dayton, Ohio, late Thursday night, went into the Piggly Wiggly, Barry, and you got all the different stuff. And Barry had to get his liver mush, too. If you don't eat liver mush, talk to Barry about liver mush. But anyway, we ended up in the hotel one night after maybe qualifying, or maybe the last night after the race was over with. And by the way, Barry remembers this, but that was the 18th running of the World 100, and Scott Bloomquist won that night, and he was car number 18, his first trip there. And anyway, we got back to the hotel, and young guys, Barry, I didn't realize how young you were back in the day. But anyway, Barry said, order us some pizza. So I jumped on the phone that you would have in the room to order pizza. And I don't know, but I ordered pizza, and then Barry said, how much is it? And I said, it was $30. And he said, who are you feeding? And, but I guess $30 was a lot for pizza back in the day. And anyway, we went back and forth about fun things over the life there. The last story I'm going to tell you before I tell you that I grew up in Spartanburg, was in the Army, had a lot of great opportunities in life, but I don't know, outside of knowing the Lord as my Savior and knowing where I'm going to be when I die, one of the big things in my life of 62 years old is knowing Barry and Judy Wright. And I believe that traits in my personal life as a man is due to being with people like them when I was young. And I am so grateful for them. And so I think Barry was, if you didn't know, was a great baseball player back in the day and could have probably made it in the major leagues if he wanted to have played. But he and I were back and forth being young about maybe who was the cockiest or the best. And then, Barry, let me see if you remember this. In one of the racing papers from up in the Northern Modified, so for some reason they thought Barry Wright could work on Northern Modified cars. So in a picture, he worked with Billy Pouch, a longtime racer up in the North. And he come to show me the racing paper that said, the renowned Barry Wright. And so we had good times. I can't add to it. These are great people, and I love them to death.
All right, we got a special presentation to give to Barry other than this. But before we do that, I was talking to Judy on the phone about putting all this together, and I was asking a bunch of nosy questions, and I said, how on earth did Barry get into racing? And she told me a story that you guys were riding down the road in a car one day, I think on a Sunday afternoon, and I'm going to let you take this over from there.
Well, we were on a date, and we were driving through Kings Mountain, and it was a residential area, and he was driving, and all of a sudden he just stopped. And he backed up, and I said, what are you doing? He said, look at that car, it's for sale. I said, that ugly thing? He said, yeah. And I said, it looks like a boat. And he said, I'm going to go ask the man how much he wants for it. So he went and knocked on the door, and it was a Dodge Polara. And he bought that thing. And it was his very first race car, number 99, lettered by Roby Combs. And driven by Butch Boyd.
Well, Barry, thanks to this man right here, Johnny Beauchamp, we've got a special presentation to give you today. if you'll turn around and look, there is the roof off of that car.
Oh, Lord. Oh,
That
Lord.
is precious.
And he made the person laugh.
Oh, yeah. They were trying to decide who would drive.
Yeah, they were trying to decide. But let me ask you this. Did you ever think you'd see this again?
No, I didn't. I know Ronnie Spanger and Johnny got that car. I've thought of times where it was over the years, and now I see the roof.
Well, here's what we want you to do. Johnny, come up here a minute. I want to give you due credit for this. He's the one that's went to all the trouble to get this down here, but we want to get anybody that can that's ever helped you, like Tony or whoever, to sign this thing with a Sharpie. But this is for you to take back to your shop. If you can't get it in what you're driving today, I'll take good care of it. I've had it here for quite a while. But Johnny, what a great gesture to you to give this to him.
I'm sorry, did what?
I say, what a great gesture of you to give this to Barry and Judy.
Well, that's my very first race car. Bought it in '72 from Barry and Butch, and I'm glad he can get it back. I'm glad you still see the 99 on it. So.
A lot of memories laying there, right?
Yeah, they are. And Roby, well, when he did the lettering, I didn't know nothing about lettering, but he did that down there on the bottom where at the very bottom of that big circle. When he done that showed that thing out. I really did like that. He lettered my cars for how long? 15 years? Yeah, Barracuda.
Yeah, the Barracuda down to Buck Simmons cars and
to do
Freddie Smith's.
Identical numbers.
Yeah, oh yeah, perfect.
It's really hard. It's hard.
But ladies and gentlemen, if you would, how about giving this guy and his wife both a huge round of applause as we recognize him today for a lifetime achievement in dirt track racing. Barry, congratulations.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for having us. And this is an outstanding deal you do every year. And I appreciate you doing it for the racing fans.
You're very welcome.
They need it.
I want you to go through the museum and the house and everything before you leave.
Phil, before Barry walks up there, Barry, I don't know if you've seen me over here, I'm Lamar Walker. Do you remember when you and Butch were getting that start, visiting myself and Billy Standridge over at Aaron's Auto Parts? When y'all were first beginning racing.
Yeah.
It's been a long time ago, buddy.
Yeah, it is. You, Randy Wheelbanks, Billy, and Lloyd Self. It was a good crew.
It's been a long time ago.
Yeah, he had the number 88 car with the checkerboard top on it.
The checkerboard was Wig stickers, filter stickers.
Yeah, pretty good, real good.
Again, thank you so much, Barry and Judy. Appreciate you being here today.
Appreciate all you.
I'll hold on to your roof for you. All right, how many folks here ever watched, raced at Shuffletown Dragway? Raise your hand. I want to get every one of you right up front up here. Everybody's ever raced or been part of Shuffletown. Tommy Mooney, I know you have, probably more than anybody.
I'm here.
Okay, hop up here. You was the next person. That's amazing. You was the next person I was going to call.
Yeah, I just walked up.
Well, I want to give this guy credit. You see this picture right here? Hold this up if you would, and the right up. This is Lamar's neighbor, and he is the one that came up with this idea after my last show. He said, I used to drag race down at Shuffletown. He said, it would be very cool if you could do something to recognize the folks that raced at Shuffletown. I said, done deal. I'll do it. Well, what I've done is put together some of the stuff that I've been able to collect, and I got an Ace Speed Shop. Ace sponsored the timing slips, and I got that. So I've got a lot of folks, and good to have this man here too. You raced down there, I'm sure.
Yes, I did. And I got the same motor in the Charlie Banton race car today that I drag raced in the 60s.
That's amazing. It really is. But I appreciate you bringing the picture today. That's great, and I appreciate the idea for this. But, where's Tommy Mooney at? Where's Tommy at?
Behind you. Mooney behind you.
All right, get him up here. Come here a minute. Come here a minute. You got to help me with this. Because I used to go see Tommy and Ronnie Church. That's the only reason I'd go. It was Virgil, and it's either Tommy racing or Ronnie racing, one of the two. But the one name that I heard, it didn't make no difference who I went with, was Clinton Mashburn. And Clinton, his dad was, his son is standing right here with me now. But Tommy, I know you've raced Clinton's races many years, right?
Oh yeah, I started. I met Clinton back when he drove Jungles Anglia at Shady Side, actually. But yeah, when Clinton had Shuffletown, we all. Clinton was a good friend to start with, so. Actually, I've done a lot of work for him. He helped me when I had my shop over in Shelby, but Clinton done a lot for that whole deal. He kept that going when nobody else would.
Well, I sorry about that. I put a lot of thought into this, and I put my heart and soul into trying to figure out the right thing to do. But his dad's on this memorial list. I don't know if you heard his name or not. But I'll tell you what I want to see happen here. I want you to present that check. It's not really we call it a trophy check in racing, I want you to present that to Doug and my appreciation for your dad. How's that?
Cool. I'm good.
All right. So if you guys would, put your hands together for Clinton Masters' son, Doug, and Tommy Mooney. Going to present him the Shuffletown Dragway reunion.
Wow.
We're 1 year late on it. Says 2024, but
yeah, and I got the wrong T-shirt on, right?
That's true. Yeah. But again, thank you, Doug, for being here and being part of this today. I hope this makes you proud of all the long, hard work your dad put in Shuffletown. Sunday. Yep. All right. Anybody else here ever race at Shuffletown? All right, we want to get every one of you guys to line up here. Mike Sipe and the rest of you guys, and Rusty Wise, I want you to get a picture of this for me, if you will. Mark Poston, good to have you here. Noah Anderson. Anybody that ever raced? Bobby Leslie?
He's the reason I started drag racing. Tommy Mooney, Ronnie Church, and Virgil is the reason I spent thousands of dollars drag racing, but it was well worth it.
Yeah. All right, you get in there too, everybody. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for that group. I'm telling you, there's a lot of great Sunday afternoons. Now, I've always said that was the best place in the world to spend a Sunday afternoon at Shuffletown Drag Strip.
Thanks, Phil.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Phil. I appreciate you doing this, because we talked about this, last time I was up here helping Lamar with the sound. And I said, I used to race out there. I'll bring you something, right? And I noticed my timing light and my dwell meter and all that junk it's on display. So I really appreciate what you do. And as I find more stuff, I think this is a good place, a good home for it.
Well, I appreciate it very much. Doug, anything you want to say before I move on?
I just want to say thanks for everybody being here. I'm sure my dad would be proud. We had a good journey, and for the mods, it's alive and well. And anyway, thanks for everybody coming. We appreciate it for the whole family. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Cat Cooper, I need to see you. Cat Cooper, I know he's here. Yeah, there he is. You want me to come over there? Cat, I'll come over. Cat, how old are you? 87? Okay, that's what I need to know. The next award is going to go to this gentleman right here. Cat Cooper's been around racing. I got to put your name on it. I didn't know for sure if he was coming today, but Cat, I'm glad to have you here. And Leaves, thank you for bringing it. But Cat and I go way, way, way back. When I first started announcing races for James Moore, you were the tech man at Ainer. The first Carolina shootout I went and announced. We've been friends ever since.
Yep, and was taken last night.
You took it last night?
At B&B Cartway.
Did you? That's good. Still at it. But I'm gonna put your name on here. But again, thank you so much for coming today. It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor to be here with y'all. And I love the Cole family, your brothers, your mom, and the whole bunch.
Well, the thing about it is, you have become a legend in the tech world. That's for sure. If you get through Cat's tech room, you've done something.
You done good.
You done good.
He didn't.
Well, you rubbed off on Bobby, that's for sure. But again, appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ricky. Come in.
By the way, we'll give away the raffle and we'll give away the half and half money at 4 o'clock sharp.
Hey, can you do me next? Can you work me in? Because I got some help to load.
Yeah.
I got some help that's going to help me load.
Yeah. You're 90 years old, right?
Huh?
You're 90 years old, right? How old are you?
I'll be 91.
All right, come up on the stage. All right, the next award of the 80-90 awards is going to go to my old pal from down in Greenville, South Carolina. 91 years old and still racing. He's not at Whispering Pines Rest Home. This man's still racing at 91. Junior Neal, you're an amazing man. You've been a great friend too for a long, long time. But again, very proud you're here today. Your go-karts are over here on display, and thank you for bringing them.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been at it 63 years. I've raced on 113 tracks from the Baltic Sea to the Philippine Islands and all over the United States. Got inducted into 3 Hall of Fames. And I set a world's record at Charlotte Motor Speedway with this go-kart at 147 mile an hour in 1973 before the World 600.
And I was there to see it.
Hard to believe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this man. 91 years old and still racing today. Junior Neal. How about that, Danny Blanton? Is that not amazing?
Thank you.
Thank you, Junior. Appreciate you coming.
Help me out.
You've been a great friend for many years. You help him down, Danny. All right, now I need to see everybody that ever worked on Billy Standers' dash car. Junior, he wants to get a picture of you here. On Billy Standers' dash car, on Billy Standers' Busch car, or his Winston Cup car. Hey, Earl Allman. Glad you're here today, buddy. Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Appreciate watching.
Always good to have Earl Allman in the house. Good to see you. Hey, Bobby and Gene. Thank you all for coming. Hey, thanks to these two folks, too. Good friends for many, many years. Bobby Dyer and I went to school together, but they gave me a huge collection of their racing stuff, and you don't know how much I appreciate that. More than you'll ever know. All right, I need to see Big Dave Smith, Lamar Walker. Now, this is why I'm really tore up. I don't know where that list is. I've got a list of every one of those pit crew guys.
It's good seeing you.
You leaving?
I'm going to walk around and then probably
Go through my house and go through the museum before you go.
I do go through the museum.
Go through the house.
Go through the house?
Yeah.
You got more stuff in there? Oh,
All you guys, if you don't want to climb the steps, I can come down there. Okay, you stand down there. All right, anybody else? Where's Jody at? Jody, there she is. Jody is right there. Okay. Here's what I want you guys to do. I want each one of you guys, there's Steve Clark.
I told you.
Hey, Deidre.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
I told Phil, yeah. Told Phil to beat.
And I'm a little bit ashamed that I've lost my clipboard. And I hate that. But Cal, here comes Rusty.
I think so.
Who? Kim Hopper, where's he at?
He left. I think he got a...
Did he?
I think he left.
Okay. But I want all you guys...
He left. Pretty sure he did. Yeah, I just signed it. I don't know who he's at now. He wasn't going to leave. He was going to hang on.
Okay. I know this sign has got to mean a lot to a lot of folks that worked on Billy's cars from the Dash series on to his Cup series. But I'm going to read something to you in a second. But before I read this to you, I want you guys to read these names at the bottom. Of course, Billy's name, Rick Moore, Doug Mann Davis, Don Patton, and Phil Fowler. Those guys not here with us today, and I'm sure that if they could have been, they would have been. But unfortunately, they're not. But I wrote something on Facebook, and Danny Blanton, where are you at? Danny Blanton. Danny Blanton.
Danny! There he is looking. He's looking now.
Come here. Danny Blanton came over to my house one day, And I want to see if you can recall this. You came over here one day and you said, I wanted to see if you'd help me with something. And I said, okay, what is it? He said, well, the girls are trying to get Billy into the Cleveland County Hall of Fame, and they're not having any success. And he said, did you write the thing that was on Facebook about Billy? And I said, I sure did. And he said, well, would you be willing to talk to them about trying to help get Billy in the Hall of Fame? And I agreed to it. And Jody came over here, and this is what I wrote. And I want you guys to just pay attention for a second. It's going to take me a few minutes to read, and I hope I can get through this. This is written on January the 1st, 2019, and it was 47 days to the Daytona 500. It says, as you will see in today's post, I had many choices of great cars and drivers to pick from that raced the number 47. But this one is dedicated to an old friend who lived a mile from me. William Gerald Billy Standers was born November the 27th, 1953 here in Shelby. Like so many around here, he started going to the local dirt tracks and got hooked on racing. Enough so that he began helping some of the crews of the local stars. In 1982, Billy decided to build his own car for the Daytona Dash Series, later renamed the Goodies Dash Series. He entered his first race in 1983 and picked up his very first NASCAR victory at nearby Hickory Speedway. 3 years later, in 1986, he purchased the ex-Ron Bouchard Busch Series car. Until now, Billy had been number 37 and actually ran that number at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the fall race, starting 19th and finishing 14th. Not bad for his first time out, winning $3,895. But NASCAR then had him change the number to 47 because the female racer Patty Moise already had locked in the number 37. Billy had 5 top 10s and 84 starts in the Busch Series through 1993. In 1994, he moved up to the Winston Cup Series, where his best finish was 24th at Daytona. But Billy's Daytona connection came February the 15th, 1998, when he accomplished something probably all of us that's ever raced has dreamed about. He made the field for the Daytona 500 and the Great American Race. He started 36th and finished 35th. But being part of the history of Dale Earnhardt getting his first 500 win that day was a special day. Billy's crew joined every single crew greeting Dale on pit road for a hand slap on his way to Victory Lane. Billy raced again there later that year in the Pepsi 400. Those trips to Daytona were a little extra special for a crew made up mostly of local friends and family who were competing against multi-million-dollar teams with 3 to 4 times the employees. After Billy hung up his helmet forever, he would still occasionally attend the races and still loved as much as ever. But on the morning of April the 12th, 2014, Billy lost his battle with cancer. He was only 61 years old. He has many friends, family members, and fans who read my daily post, and I hope today's pictures brings back some cherished moments of all of you. Still missed by many. Rest in peace, Billy Standers. But I just thought it'd be kind of cool to get all you guys together, because I realize the fact that, he meant a lot to his kids, of course, but like Lamar and Calvin, where's Calvin at? And Calvin Upfors. But there's a lot of folks that spent a lot of hours working for Billy, and today is a day to recognize you guys for all your hard work. So, guys, you want to get everybody? Okay. Rusty, you guys get over here, if you will, shift down here so you can get a picture. All right, but here's what I want to do. All right, I gave the sign to Doug Mashburn. I gave the sign to Ricky Weeks. Let me see this. How about this? All right. You ready? All right, here's what I'm going to do. It's not going to be fair to give this thing to one person. So I wrote a number on my palm. Everybody's got to guess 1 to 100. Whoever comes the closest to it gets to take the sign home with them.
47.
I was going to say 37.
What?
37.
37?
Yes.
17.
26.
95. What's yours?
61.
61. 43.
43.
What'd you say?
47.
I said 37.
Who's the closest?
What'd you say?
47.
He said 50. I said 47.
I think it's Danny's. Okay, but Danny, tell the folks your connection with Billy Standridge.
Well, me and Billy Standridge traded properties many years ago. I got sick, and I didn't want to leave my family with a burden. And so we swapped places. I got Billy's body shop. Billy got my place. And that's how our connection come. We knowed each other for years, though. And we just always good friends. I became good friends with his daughters. They always supported me in my campaigning. Billy supported me. And when they came to me to see if I could help get him in the Hall of Fame, then I came to you and to help put things together, and then they came together and we made the connection and got him in the Cleveland County Hall of Fame. There are quite a few more here needs to be in that Hall of Fame. They had always cared a lot about football and baseball and basketball instead of racing, but we're getting it moved in a little bit. I'm not much with, I do not have a lot of connections, but I did know the people by where I'd got to. But
hold on, let me stop you. You guys, everybody, Lamar, everybody wants you to sign this thing just here today. So I didn't want to. I just didn't want this supposed to run off, but Deidre and Jody and everybody. But again, thanks to all you pit crew members that came here today. And again, keep Rick Moore and Billy and Phil Fowler and Doug Mann and Tim Moore wanted to be here today.
I would like to donate that sign back to his family.
There you go.
Instead of me.
All right. Well, that's a good thing.
If they would like to donate it to you, that'll be fine too. Well, but it'd be up to them, whatever they want to do with it.
All right.
I don't deserve it. That family deserves it.
Okay, I understand. That's a kind gesture of you. So whatever they decide, if it wants to be put in here, I would love to have it in here. That's for sure. Okay, how many folks here ever raced at Harris Speedway? Or how many folks here have a connection to Harris Speedway, I should say? All right, here's what I want you to do. Linda Dedman, her dad started Harris Speedway and the Dedman family. I want everybody that, and Rusty Wise, you're going to have to get the mobile camera for this, I think. Everybody that raced at Harris, we're going to go right behind this building back here and get a picture made. That's the sign that Robin Caldwell, who's a good friend of Steve Clark and a lot of other folks, that's the sign that Harris Speedway donated to the museum after Robin was killed, and they got a new sign. So everybody that's ever raced, worked, had anything like Charlie Cabinets, Chuck Piazza, we need to get Chuck Piazza back here for this. If somebody could help us get Chuck over there. And by the way, raffle tickets, folks, you get your choice of either... Hey, Kim Sherbert, come here a second. You get your choice of a Dale Earnhardt Pit Crew shirt or a Skull Bandit Pit Crew shirt, a lot of other cool stuff. Hop up here a second. But if you want a raffle ticket or a half and half ticket, go see Ronnie and Pam Ivester right under the tent back here. I want you to take a look at this Opel car over here. It's sitting right beside of the 98 car. And Kim Sherbert's dad drove this car how many years?
Dad drove his car for about 2.5 years, 90, 91, and won 45 races in 2 years between Carolina, Thunder Valley, Harris, East Lincoln, Lincoln County, all those racetracks in that area, and Friendship Speedway. We won one at Friendship Speedway too.
Wow, that's cool. But that's the first time that thing's been out in a while. But we appreciate you bringing it today very much.
Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate.
Tell them about the Buddy Smith car.
So for my grandkids, I built Power Wheels for them to have dirt late models in their homes, and this Power Wheels here I did in tribute to Buddy Smith. Daddy helped build the first number 77 orange and white car for Buddy in Buddy's garage on the shop floor, and I helped. At that time, Buddy drove several cars that we built for Pete Lineberger, and then we moved on to building cars for other people.
Kim, thank you so much for being here.
Yo, you're welcome. More than welcome.
Hey, Ernest Rogers. I got to get a word with Ernest. I actually gave Ernest his award for being 90 years old. He made a trip down here. Ernest Rogers. Turn around here. The Wise News Network wants to get you on television. This is coast to coast and around the world. And they're watching over on the USS, whatever it was over in, congratulations on 90 plus years and still loving racing.
Well, thank you, Bill. I appreciate you. Give me that plaque now.
You got it displayed at your house?
Oh, yeah. I got it on the wall with other 330 more pictures.
330 more. All right, let me ask you this, folks. Santiago, this man right here, Ernest, has raced at more tracks than anybody on this property. This is world-famous go-kart racer, the Rain Man, Santiago Guape. He's never raced in Hawaii, I bet. This man's raced in Hawaii when he was in the military. He raced against Jerry Unser, Bobby, and Al Unser Sr.'s brother, right?
His brother. Jerry was the oldest.
Tell him about the night you knocked him off turn 3 out there.
No, I didn't. No, he run in the modified. I run in the stricter stock.
Well,
they put him in the rear for failure. It'd burn to start, and it'd be 3 laps. He'd be leading the race. He was great, but he got killed. His engine. He went over the wall at 58 and 59. He got killed at 80.
But this is Ernest's brother's car that's sitting right there. And that is an original car that Ken Sides and Clyde dug out of the weeds and restored. And you know, I think it's so cool that Jeff Grant and Monkey and those guys thought enough of you to go get that car and bring it up here today in memory of those guys and for you to be part of. That's just, that shows what kind of people we have in racing.
Really appreciate everything you do.
Well, we appreciate you, Ernest. Okay. You're a true blessing for us to have on the property here today.
Thank you.
Yep. That's pretty good stuff, that's for sure. Well, folks, that's going to do it for the awards thing. Like I say, it ain't over. You still got, we're going to give the drawing away at 4 o'clock, but that is all the presentations I have. And you folks, let me tell you a little bit about the property. If you haven't been through the museum, please go through it. If you haven't been through the house, go through it. The Hickory Speedway room is the building beside of the Benny Curley truck. Check out the Benny Curley truck. And John Curley is here today if you have any questions on it. And also check out my grandfather's plumbing building, which is the building out beside of where Ricky Weeks and those guys are parked at. But Hal Goodson. I seen Hal Goodson over here. Come here a minute, right here. Hal, look left. Right here. I got one of the greatest go-kart drivers in history, Santiago, and the General J.L. Furrow here, but I've also got the man that made the Downtown Radio number 16, one of the most famous late models in racing, Mr. Hal Goodson. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this man right here. He's a asphalt racing legend in late model racing. I still can't believe you're here.
Well, I've heard about it for years, and my friend Jeff Bryant runs go-karts, and he's always been a big fan of yours, running the go-kart races and stuff, and I've heard about it, and Johnny Hightower, I'm friend with him, and one of my friends from Greenwood used to be my spotter. He's pulled Johnny's on one of his cars over here this weekend, so been looking forward to it, and all the rain you had, but I'm glad. We went to dirt track last night, so I came on up here today.
Well, I'm tickled to death to have everybody, especially this guy right here from the Southeast Gassers, and I mean, that's the thing I like about this. You know, here comes Gary from Greenville Pickens Speedway, and I've got such a huge amount of people from different types of racing, you know, but I just happened to see you stand over there. I did want to give you a pat on the back and tell you again that it was a surprise to see you, but a great surprise.
I got to show you a picture I found. I showed it, the Walker over there. What's the one doing the?
Oh, Lamar.
Yeah, Lamar. I showed him on one of Billy Standards at Bush race at Darlington in 1990. I'll show it to you in a little.
Okay. I want to get a word with this man. One of the most famous gasser racers in all the world, the Chick Magnet 55 Chevrolet. Man, you have been on the move. You was in Las Vegas when I seen you on Facebook, and now you're standing here in my yard. That's incredible, but great to have you here.
Yeah, I got back yesterday.
Leslie Horn, too, by the way.
Yeah, I got back yesterday morning at 8:30, and then had to go do a wedding thing last night, and so I'm dragging. But then Brian Harris called me late last night and said, "Hey, Phil's finally having this thing." I said, "Is you really going to have it?" He said, "Yeah, we hope he's going to have it." So the weather's held out for you. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for coming and supporting us, and I appreciate everything you do for everybody. This is an honor to even be here amongst some of these folks. I know without you, I wouldn't know these folks was even up here and existed, so I really appreciate you.
Well, the thing about the gasser racing that I love the most is that nothing's the same. I mean, you might have a 55 Chevrolet, and he might have one. But it's not painted the same. It don't look the same. It don't run the same. Everybody's in their own little world, and I think that's one of the things that's made you guys so successful.
Well, yeah, the Southeast Gassers, you know, it's weight per cubic inch, all straight axle, all natural aspirated, all 4-speed. First finish line goes home, and it's an exciting event to come and watch, and I appreciate it. There's probably some here that's been there. We had a huge turnout at Shadyside, had a spectacular turnout at Cruising Coast down at Gulfport. We had like 4,500 people down there Friday night. It's been the last half of the year was good, but it's like you know, the first half really got us with weather. We ended up having to cancel, I think it was about 3 races, and we're looking for a bigger year this year, and we're going live every race this year too. We've finally got a live crew put together, so we're filming everything live at every race this year, and we're going to be going to some, we hadn't announced it yet, but we're going to be going to some exciting racetracks this year that I haven't been to in a while, so I'm looking forward to it.
You know, I think that's one of the things that makes any racing series.
Steve was hollering me to tell him.
Yeah. Well, but I'm talking about just like Dale Jr. on the Cars Tour. He dropped 2 tracks, but then he took in Nashville and Newport, and the people went crazy. He said, "Oh man, this is the best thing he's done since he bought the series." But all you guys have got it rocking and rolling. I'm telling you. And the Chick Magnet, I hate to see you get in the wall down there the other day with it, but I'm sure nothing that Brian Harris can't fix.
That's right.
But you got a great crew who works for you at the track and on the car and behind you, and things is going good for you right now, are they not?
Well, that was the final race of the year, and I was 5 points behind, so it wouldn't have mattered. I don't usually lift no way, but I was hoping I could use the wall to bounce off. I hadn't ever paid attention to that wall being like a cheese grater, but whenever it got in there, it knocked my rear wheel off and drove me back to the wall again. But it's okay. It's not bad. It's like I say, it's nothing that Brian Harris race cars can't fix, and we looked at it a little bit. I had to leave the next morning, so I didn't get to look at it too good, but didn't get no frame damage, nothing, just the axle and the rear housing and stuff, and I think we'll be just fine.
You know, I want to thank you again. When I made the call to him, he didn't know who I was. He didn't have a freaking clue who I was. And I asked him, I said, you know, I'm having an event at my house, and I got a lot of gasser friends that come to my event. And I asked him I said, what would be the chances of getting some tickets to the drag race? And we ended up working a deal for a season pass. But you don't know how much I appreciate that, because, you know, like I say, you got something that nobody else has got. You really do. And I can't believe Quayne sold it to you, to be honest. And but you took it and remolded it and made it even better.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying to get it out there, like I say, with the live feed stuff. And Steven's telling me to go ahead and announce we'll be at Greer Dragway this year on 9/11.
I hear you. That's good.
Back where it all began.
There you go. That's good. Well, Leslie, you don't know how much I appreciate it. I looked over and said, "Dadgum, I can't believe he's standing over there." But, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the driver of the Chick Magnet 55 Chevrolet. That gasser, one of the most famous gassers in all the land, Mr. Leslie. How long have you been in that car? Let me ask you a stupid question, but how long have you been driving that particular car?
That particular car I started in 2020. I had the Stud Muffin wagon before that. You know,
that's the car I first remember.
Yeah, that's one that Gene helped me with. It's still out there and still winning races. Matter of fact, it won a championship this year too. The Stud Muffin did. No, they took the Stud Muffin name off of it, but it's still Stud Muffin to me.
I just love the whole Chick Magnet deal, though.
But the actual question on the Chick Magnet, we started in 2020 with the Chick Magnet.
Well, you come a long way in a short time, and best of luck in 2026. And I'll definitely try to get knocked. Tell these folks when your first time you're going to be at Shadyside.
First time we'll be at Shady Side. When is it, Stephen? April. April 11th would be the first one at Shady Side, and we'll be the first one at Shady Side and the last one's at Shady Side, and the last one is going to be on Halloween. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's great. And also, if you ever need any real estate in the Spartanburg area,
Spartanburg, North Carolina, I'm here. Leslie Horn Associates out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina.
There you go. All right. Again, Leslie, thank you so much. Thank all you guys for coming.
Announce the Harris thing again.
All right. One last call. I'm going over there myself right now. If you've ever raced at Harris Speedway, get yourself over. I know Chester has. You outrun Turkey over there one night, didn't you? And Roger Hamrick. But again, Chuck Bound, come here a minute. Now this guy, now listen, a lot of folks has went to a lot of trouble, but nobody has went to the trouble this man's went to. Chuck Bound in the house, ladies and gentlemen. 1976 Winston West champion, 1990 Busch Series champion in the Nescafe Pontiac. Chuck Bound, he was in Arizona yesterday.
Yeah, sure was. I got on about 6:30 last night. My flight went on schedule with all this government shutdown stuff. I was lucky.
You know, I was watching the national news the other night, and you won't believe this, but God is my witness. The night they announced that, guess what airport they showed? Phoenix. And I said, of all darn crazy things, because I knew Chuck was going to be out there, and I said, of all crazy things, now watch him not get back here. But
actually, I was in Tucson, fortunately. I wasn't in Phoenix.
Oh, okay. Well, but I'm glad you're at 833 Pleasant Drive now. You know, you've been one of the most faithful people that's come here out of the NASCAR superstars, but, you know, it's an amazing story that Chuck and I have, and I've told it many times about how I met Chuck and hooked Chuck up with Bobby Wellman, and I got a huge display of Chuck stuff in here, pictures of him and Bobby Wellman's car, and then the 01 car, they won the Winston West champion, and then the Nescafe car, but appreciate your friendship for all these years, and I do appreciate you taking time to come up here. It took a lot to do what you did to come here, but trust me, it is greatly appreciated.
It's a lot of fun. I always look forward to when you get this big gathering. A lot of people I haven't seen in a while. It's nice to get together again, but you know, I appreciate all you've done for me too. It's two-way street.
You know, I always say the good Lord will put you in certain places at certain times, and if that hadn't have happened, I'm not saying your life would have been any different, but Bobby Wellman had a brand new car and had never been on the racetrack yet, and Chuck asked me, he said, do you know anybody that's got a car I could race? And I said, no, matter of fact, I do. And I called Bobby, and the stars lined up, and 3 weeks later, he outrun Harry Gann at Hickory Speedway and won the race. That's a pretty amazing story, is it not?
Yeah, lucky night, I guess.
I guess it was. Luck and skill all came together that night, but again, I'm so glad you're here. You folks who want to meet Chuck Bound, he's standing right here.
Hanging out with my granddaughter.
Oh, your granddaughter. Okay. It was nice to meet you, young lady.
Nice to meet you.
And how was now? This is something interesting too. Chuck's father-in-law is the oldest living. If you want to get right down to it, the oldest living winner in NASCAR now at 96.
He'll be 98.
98
next month. He's 97.
And still going.
That's where I was. I was out at his place.
Yeah. Did you show him the picture I sent you of my dad and him?
Yeah, I sure did. Phil sent me a picture of my father-in-law won a race, Herschel McGriff, in Charlotte Fairgrounds, 1954. And this guy's dad was the flagman, handed him the checkered flag in victory lane. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I bet he couldn't believe that, could he?
He was a little surprised.
The car was out of Dahlonega, Georgia, was the even crazier part of it. But again, Chuck, thank you so much, and I hope you hang around here for a while longer before you have to. I know you won't probably get back and get some rest, but hope you'll hang around here a while, let these folks see you.
Yeah, I'm not in a big hurry. I'll be here a little while.
Okay, sure. Sounds good. He's right here close to the sound thing, but Lamar, I'm going to send this back to you, and I'm going over to the Harris Speedway group photo shot. Back to you, Lamar.
All right, I got some things I need to talk about, Phil.
Good to see you, man.
I
got here about 11 o'clock, but I didn't
Phil here today. It's over here right in front of me on the table. Want everybody to come by and sign this.
It's a good day.
What the sheriff and James gave it to Phil a while ago. Come by and sign it. Mike Bain gave it to
I got a message
to Phil a while ago in honor of all he does about this event and everything else. And come by here and sign that thing. I certainly like for everybody here to sign it, but hey, we all certainly appreciate what Phil does, and I appreciate Phil letting me be a part of this event, and Phil's got me into a couple more events too. I appreciate Phil. I'm going to play a little music, but I need to tell you about some things. We got raffle tickets All right, first of all, to get your raffle tickets, you're looking at the front door of the museum there where it says Combs Family Museum. Over to the right, there's like a carport to the side. There's a table set up. Ronnie Allister and his wife are over there selling half and half tickets and raffle tickets. In the raffle, there is a vintage Freddie Smith door. There's a choice of a Dale Earnhardt pit crew shirt or a Harry Gant pit crew shirt. There is a 2026 season pass to the Southeast Gassers Association. That's a season pass for all of next year. Also, there is some gift bags that will be given away. And let me ask you before we talk about the half and half. If you're a smoker, we know we still have those around. There is some cans, one by the back door, one in the front yard, one over by the museum. Speedway sign it is over to my right. It's kind of right behind the house, over to the right side. And you get in the pictures, they're making pictures of their Harris Motor Speedway. Please come over there now. Also, let me mention this. Windjammers are down here, they're lined up over the pines. They're selling raffle tickets to win a Hall-Davis motorcycle. The money's raised from that to a Cleveland County Children's Home. It's a home here in Cleveland County that's helped children forever. Come by and help the kids out. The Windjammers do this every year and raise a lot of money for the children. Help them out today. Go by and get you a raffle ticket. Hey, win you a motorcycle. If you don't ride it, somebody out there does. You can sell it. Also, I need to let you know about the place across the street, Possum Hollow. They have like stuff for Thanksgiving, stuff for Christmas. You go over there and buy some of your Christmas presents, get your Christmas shopping started. They also have a small amount of produce. You get something to take home with you. But go over there and visit those folks. They're nice enough to let Phil use their properties over there today for parking and stuff and support Phil doing this event. So please go by and see those folks and hey, buy somebody a gift. Spend a little money.
How's that? How's that framing?
I've been asked when we're going to do the drawings for the half and half and the raffle. Well, I finally just got that answer. So I'm going to tell you now, we're going to draw at 3 o'clock. It is 2:01 right now. So you've got 1 hour to get over and get your half and half tickets or your raffle tickets. And once the song's over, I'm going to not talk over it, but I'm going to hush now and I'll tell you all about it when the song's over. told you I was going to tell you about the raffle half and half. But first of all, I'm going to tell you about Awesome Holler right across the street. They have stuff for Thanksgiving decorations, stuff for Christmas decorations.
Love them, buy you some Christmas presents. But thank those folks for helping us out here today. Also, they have a small amount of produce, just not this part of the country. Not a good year, not a good time of year to have produce. Also, the wind jammers are right over here lined up in the pine trees. And if you're looking at the front of the house, they're over to the left over there. You'll see it, they've got a sign up there selling raffle tickets to win a motorcycle. The funds raised for that goes to Cleveland County Children's Home. It's a home here in Cleveland County where they help children, so it's a great cause. So go by there and get you a raffle ticket to win a Harley. Also, for half and half. First of all, $1 you get 1 ticket. $5 you get 7. $10 you get 15. $20 you get 30. So go by and get your half and half. If you don't have a ticket, you cannot win. And there is a second prize and a third prize. So if you don't get half and half, don't run off and throw your tickets away. Second prize is a custom knife from RBH Custom Knives. That's Brian Hendricks. He gave the knife, and thank you, Brian, for that. We appreciate it. The third prize is a package from Wise News Network, who is over here. They are doing the filming, the picture taking, and it will be, they will have a video of this. It will be posted, and maybe I can find out where that will be posted. I can tell you that, but that's coming up in the raffle. So make sure, or in the second, third prize to half and half. But your raffle, and they didn't cover that. The prizes there are vintage Freddie Smith door, a choice of a Dale Earnhardt Hit Crew shirt, or an against Gold Bandit Hit Crew shirt. Also, 2026 season pass for the Southeast Gases. Thank those folks for giving that pass. And then there's 10 gift bags and also assorted racing items that will be given away. Right? Go by and get your tickets. If you don't have a ticket, you cannot win. And by the way, if you don't know, I am Lamar Walker. I play this kind of music I'm playing today on 91.7 WSTE, which is Gaston College Radio. I'm an early riser. I play at 6 to 9 a.m. every Saturday morning. If you're up and about early, if you think it's 91.7 on the dial, you can go to WSTE.org and stream it anywhere in the world. Also, I do an internet radio show on JukinOldies.com. I do it Mondays and Fridays 1 to 3 p.m. I do it on Saturdays noon to 3 p.m. So if you like the music, tune in. I play a lot of it on the radio. Raffle drawing in 50 minutes, so get your tickets before time runs out. Okay, somebody has lost a pair of glasses. Not sunglasses, glasses. I have them up here, and I don't know, but I'm guessing they're probably prescription glasses. So I know somebody wants their glasses back. So come by here and get your glasses. I'm pretty sure they're ladies, so come by and pick them up. Glasses, I have them up here. 15 minutes to go before we're going to draw half and half. It's 2:45. We're going to draw at 3. Your half and half tickets, you get them. Look at the front of the museum. Over to the right side, there is a cardboard bed. They're selling them at a table right there. They're selling half and half, and they're also selling raffle tickets. Half and half tickets. For $1, you get 1 ticket. For $5, you get 7. For $10, you get 15. For $20, you get 30. There is also a second prize, which is a custom-made knife from RBH Custom Knives, Brian Hendricks. A third prize, Wise Network News. They got a package they're going to give you. The raffle is for a Dennis British Next Door, choice of a Dale Earnhardt Get Through shirt, or a James Scovena Get Through shirt. Also, 2026 season pass for the Southeast Gassers Association is available. In the raffle, there is 10 gift boxes with associated racing items. It is also part of the raffle. So go by and get your tickets, because if you're not in, you can't win. 15 minutes or we're going to draw, so get your tickets now. Time going out. Still have a set of glasses up here somebody lost. Somebody is missing their glasses. Not going to be able to see when they go to read. Yeah. Feel like action. All right. Last call. This is it. You got 1 minute to get here. Anybody wants to tell me? You got 1 minute to get here. But let me explain to you also the second. We're going to do the rifle draw first. I'm going to come up with half a minute. But you got 1 minute to get by 50. All right. On the rifle. You got your choice. Either the picture shirt or the store belt. I saw it. Or Southeast Denver. Once again, you got your choice between
The winner on the first ticket I draw on the raffle. All right, who's going to buy another ticket? Anybody else want to buy a ticket? Do 50-50 first? Okay. All right, we'll do 50-50 first. We don't know how much is in it yet, do we? Yeah, go ahead. All right, on the 50-50, just remember this, and thanks to Rusty Wise, he kicked in some extra stuff. We've got the knife. How much do you think I've been listening all day? We've got this knife. This is a nice piece. Most places you go to, you won't get something for second and third floor, 50-50. Today you will. This is from my buddy Brian Hendricks, and he owns...
Probably not. That's my luck. RBH Custom Knives down in Greenville, I believe it is. That's going to be second. And Rusty Wise got you some T-shirts and a smoke detector from Wise Electric and the Wise News Network. All right, they're counting up the money. Those 50-50 or raffle? No, raffle. Okay. Any more 50-50s?
I'm trying to take all the tickets out of them.
Yeah, make sure you get that ticket off the ground. While you're counting the tickets, let me go ahead and pull out there's no kids here, are there? Bebo, bring your son over here. Bebo, bring your son over here.
I don't want to touch that 50.
Right over here.
Come around this way.
Guys, I'm telling you, we got a lot of stuff to give away. Okay, I have that. All right, young man. Reach down in there, turn your head so you're not looking this way. All right, now reach down in there and get me one ticket, just one. This is for as soon as I get it counted up, this is the winning ticket for the money. 652-0092. 652-0092. What happened to it? My brother.
You might have
651. You got it? 652. That's it. What's your name? Where are you from?
Jerry Brandon, Dallas.
Dallas, Texas? Dallas, North Carolina. Okay. All right. You're a little bit of We appreciate you bringing that car today. So there's the winner of the money. Okay, give us another ticket. This is for the knife. All right. The winning ticket for the knife, 651-9847. 651-9847. Anybody got it? $651-9847. All right, get me another one. That's for the knife. The next one is for the Rusty Wise. Kim Shepard, you got it? Herbie James. Well, they beat you again. 47. That's it. Take that and take Herbie that knife. He'll not cut himself. Hey, Kim, thank you again for bringing that car.
427 in the bucket. Do you split it?
Mm-hmm.
So split it up.
Mm-hmm.
What's 427 divided by?
Okay, one more ticket, and this is for the Rusty Wise. Okay, this is for the smoke detector and the T-shirts from Wise Electric and the Wise News Network. 651-9863. 651-9863. $98.63. 651-9863. You got it?
214 was half of it. 50-50. So you want 214 out of 50-50.
$214 out of the 50-50. Look at here.
That's the correct number.
You got it. Tell these folks, I know who you are. Tell these folks who you are and where you're from.
Ronnie Powell from Shelby.
And you used to be
Diamond
Ron, Cherokee Speedway. There's your gift, and thanks to Rusty Wise, and there's your smoke detector that goes along with that. Appreciate you playing. All right, that's the 50-50. Okay, next up, the raffle. You ready, young man? Shut your eyes. Again, this ticket is going to get you the choice of whatever. You can get the door, you can get either one of those Pit Crew shirts, or you can get the Gassers season pass. All right, here's your winning number. 360-8432.
Joe's got to have that.
360-8432. Jenny, you don't have that? You know, this gentleman is a big part of this 87 car. And if you haven't been in the museum, you need to look at the picture of his family, and along with my family and my dad, and along with the Scott Kaiser and the Kaiser family, had this car back in 1951. And it's an amazing tribute they've done to Buck Baker and our families, that's for sure. All right, you're good on that. Let me have that. And now, what's your pick?
I want that door.
Okay. You can't. Freddie autographed that door one day. He was up here. It had nothing to do with an event. He just come up here and was killing time. And but that is a rare piece.
That was one on the wall in my garage.
Okay, get us another ticket.
There's still some cool stuff.
360-8190.
That's an early one.
360-8190. Red ticket 360-8190. And this gentleman right here, I can promise you, traveled further than anybody here today from Las Vegas, Nevada. Give this man a big round of applause, please. From Las Vegas. And I think I know what he wants. You think I'm a big Harry Gant fan? This guy's a bigger Harry Gant fan than I am. You gonna wear that back to Las Vegas?
I gotta lose a few.
I appreciate you coming and being part of it today. You're a true friend. All right, get us another ticket. This is the Southeast Gassers season pass. 360-8598. 360-8598. You got it.
You can give it somebody you want. Huh? You can give it somebody I want.
Well, would you rather have the Dale Earnhardt shirt?
That's fine.
Okay. That's a good trading item too.
Oh, yeah.
All right, this is going to be for the Southeast Gassers.
My wings are growing another one.
Well, you went all the way to the bottom on that one, didn't you?
Dig me one of them 20s out, man. Yeah, let's start wrapping off $20 bills in there.
360-8638. This is for the Southeast Gassers 2026 season pass. 3, and I got to get your name and address and all info. This is to show you that you want it. You want it again?
Keep going.
Oh, you want it?
He's just looking through Joey's tickets. He bought $400 for it.
300. So it's yours?
No. Next person.
Get us another one. Get us another one.
He did all that trying to win that door.
You might trade that shirt for that door. I don't know. This is 360-8635.
That's probably him too.
How do you do that? Oh, is it? Okay.
I'm about to just ask a trivia question. Whoever gets it right gets it.
Yeah.
Do it.
360-8537. Now that's amazing. I drew a 35 and now 37. Get us another one. Let's turn it around this way. There you go. 360-7617. That's a lot different. 360-7617. 360-7617. 360-7617. Going once.
Hold on. They're sifting through the Rolodex.
I ain't never seen one person buy that many tickets, ever.
You've never been to Eldora.
I have been to Eldora, but not in person. I've seen. You got it? 7617. 360-7617.
They got it again. Bobby's got it.
Bobby McAfee going to be the winner.
You better go buy some lottery tickets.
Season pass. Let me see the ticket. Ron, you got it?
Yep.
That's good. Now, you need to write down your address so they can, that's good to hold, but he's going to do you up a season pass ticket. Okay, pull me out another one. This is a special thing that I'm giving away. I'm probably going to regret it one of these days, but it is a neat piece because it's an original speaker from Charlotte Motor Speedway back in the day. But I'm going to give this to one of the lucky people that got involved in this. 360-8665.
It's Joey.
You got that? You can enjoy. Folks, I promise this thing ain't rigged. 360-8665.
I'd rather him win it because it's going to the museum anyway.
8665. Does anybody know whose birthday cake this was?
I think they got it for you.
You got
Before anything else, give it to somebody.
You don't want that to go in your place?
Yeah, we'll put that in the museum.
Yeah. All right, he got the speaker.
It's going from one museum to the other.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Be careful up. Yeah. No, the screws are out of it. You might get that thing to work. You mess with it a little bit. All right, this is for the gift bags. There's 10 of them. That's an original speaker from Charlotte Motor Speedway. All right, 360-8461. 8461. All right, give me another one. That's you? All right. Hey, by the way, if you brought a car here today, and I apologize for this, I've got some decals for everybody that brought a car here today. If you come see me, we got these decals right here. And Pam's been so gracious to help me. I'm going to let her help me one more time. If anybody wants one of these decals, if you'll come see her, she'll be glad to get them. I want to give every one of those things away before we leave here today. 8461. 8461. You had what? Yeah.
8461. No, that was me.
Okay. All right, give me another one.
Sure.
Let me have £1. All right. For the gift bag, 360-8334. 8334. Give me another. Looks like Mr. Sundrop. Yep. Did you see my Sundrop display in the museum?
Sorry?
Did you see my Sundrop display in there?
I did.
Yep. Thanks, sir. All right, next ticket is 360-8690. 8690. 8690. Nobody got it? Draw me another one. You got it? Y'all don't have to get a U-Haul to get home. Thank you, buddy. Okay, that's good. All right, 360-8468. Excuse me, 68 and 8575. 8468-8575. $8468-8575. You got it? All right, get me a couple more. Thanks, sir. 360-7654. Yep. 7654, 7659, and 8365. 7654, 7659, 8365.
What was that first one you called out?
7654, 7659, 8365.
I'm going to have two of them in here.
7996. 7996. $360-7996.
Here's 7654.
54. Okay. Again, if you want one of these decals, come up here and see Pam. She'll be glad to fix you up.
Here's one.
8454.
What was that one?
360-8454. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. 9, 6. Or I got so many tickets now. Well, yeah, it is right there. It is. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 left. 7772. What you got?
365.
Yep. 7772.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Ernest, I'll give you that.
Who did?
Ernest. Roger.
Oh, okay. You leaving? Thank you for coming down. Thank you for coming down. I appreciate you. Yes, sir. That's a good number. Yep, appreciate it. All right, we got 3 left. 1, 2, give me one more. 8581-7724. 8581-7724. And this is the last ticket if we got a winner on. 8404. 7724 8581 8404. And thanks again to Rusty Wise, who not only filmed the event today. Rusty, I want you to come and tell these folks how they can watch all this on your show. What you got? 8581. Yep. All right, 2 more. How about 7724 or 8404? Yep. That's it. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
This is a young man right here that made the picture last time we had this of Billy Scott and Harry Gant, and I appreciate all you guys, photographers that have been here that capture these moments like that. He just happened to be standing at the right place at the right time, but that's been a picture of your lifetime so far, every picture you've ever made.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, one more ticket. Ronnie, we can just throw these in there. All right. 8544. I'll reach here and get one. 7997. 7997. 7997. Nobody got it? $8401. 8401. Surely we'll get a winner here in a second. 8369. 83. Joe Earl, you got it? You finally won one? Let me see. Come here. Yeah. That's good. Uh-oh. Joe's size busted out of it. Be careful. Imagine. Hey, thanks for coming today, too, buddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime.
Me and this guy's been friends who raced go-karts together many, many, many years ago. Appreciate you, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. All right, one more Rusty Wise t-shirt. And this thing, I don't know exactly what size it is. One more, and this is for the t-shirt. Hey, Matt Dillman.
How are you, sir?
8233 for the Rusty Wise Electric t-shirt.
This is his house.
I ain't sure. I don't know.
Where is it?
8334. That's all those people. Hey, ladies, I want to thank this guy. I already thanked him once. I want to thank him again. This is Steve Ivester, Ivester's Mopar Parts. He's got one of the biggest selection of used Mopar parts on the southeast coast. But again, if you ever need him, get a hold of me and I'll get you a hold of him. But thank you again for coming.
Thanks, Phil.
Yes, sir. Been a great friend for many, many years. Is that your cousin?
Right, cousin.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. All right, one more ticket for the T-shirt. One more ticket for the T-shirt. 8334. 8334. 8334. 7779. I just called out 7772 earlier. 7779. Somebody's probably got that. Matt Dillner, come here one second. Matt. 7779. All right. This is the last prize. 8342. You got it? 8342-7779. Raise your hand if you got that.
I just see there ain't one of them yet. Who hasn't won anything? I ain't asking you about it.
8470. 8470. 8496. 8102. 8102. You got it, Mark? 8102. You leaving?
In Charlotte, so I've got to get. I'm afraid for the traffic. Thank you for having me.
All right, this is Gina Elliott, Dick Elliott's daughter, and she was here today selling the books. Gina, it's been a true honor to have you here all the way from Boca Raton, Florida. I would say you're a dance looking down from heaven smiling. Very proud of what you've done writing the book about it, and that you took time to come here to see a lot of us old fans, because there was a lot of them here today, including me.
Thank you. Thank you all. Still books for sale over there. My sisters have them. Thank you guys for having me. God bless.
Okay, I need to tell you something. You need to sign one. Williams.
Okay.
A-M-S-O-N.
Mark Williams.
Yeah, just tell me I'll come.
Yes, sir. You got it.
First one, let's both up. Mark Williams and Patterson.
Thank you.
What's the number you got?
8102. Right there it is. You got it. 810. Guys and gals, that looks like that's going to be it. I appreciate every one of you hanging out to the very end to see if you were the. That's all.
Tell everybody how to make noise.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you helping me a little bit, buddy.
You and I take a picture.
Yes, sir. All right, Rusty, I'm going to turn this over to Rusty Wiles, but Rusty, before we go any further, I want to thank you and the whole crew that you got here today for being a part of this. Phil, appreciate you inviting us to do this, so we've really enjoyed it. You can go to WiseNewsNetwork.com on YouTube or Facebook, and we'll also have articles and all the pictures we've taken today be WiseNewsNetwork.com. So we filmed the whole event. Most of it's been live. We'll also we've recorded all of it, so you can go back and watch it on Facebook and YouTube. We're Wise News Network out of Cherokee, North Carolina. So check us out. We film events. We write news stories, good, bad, and ugly. And we really want to appreciate Phil. You can tell he loves what he does. He has the heart of racing and people in his soul and his heart. And we really appreciate all you do, Phil. Well, you and I have got a lot of the same characteristics. I mean, you've been around racing your whole life, and it's like I said up on stage today, your dad was a true friend to me. And I mean, it was an honor to be friends with Harold Wise.
And that goes a long way in my book.
Well, thank you for having us. I appreciate all you've done for us. Appreciate everybody coming. Check us out on wisenewsnetwork.com, YouTube, Facebook, and Phil. A big day for the Family Museum, and I know your family's looking down on you today. Proud of you, too.
I appreciate it very much.
All right, Lamar, about you over there.
All right, thank you.
You guys take a picture for us.